Stuart Thunder.
Here.
All right. We have a motion to go into the executive session. There's nothing to read about executive session.
It's the,
It's the list.
yeah, it's just list.
Oh.
Just read through it. It's just,
List.
yeah.
Okay. Most of them, I'm sorry. School committee may seek to recess to executive session discussion and or action regarding this item of business. Under Rhode Island Law 4264 and discussion action personnel, yes, non-renewals, Rhode Island Law 4246-581. Discussion action terms of contract negotiations, principal Southeastern High School, Rhode Island General Law 4246-581. Discussion action terms of contract. 0.5, coordinator, Rhode Island General Law 4246-581. Discussion action terms of contract negotiation, term principal, Broad Rock Middle School, Rhode Island General Law 4246-581. Discussion action personnel, contract renewal, assistant superintendent, director of student services, resource coordinator, executive assistant superintendent, Rhode Island General Law. Individuals have been notified, including the right to have any discussion held in session.
I'll make a motion to recess into the executive session.
I'll second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
That motion passes. We're staying and the computer is leaving.
Yep. Both.
That's the computer.
You're just in time.
I'm
Start. There's that.
Mr. Cook, please come to the main office or call 1803. Thank you.
I'm fit. I'll take a look. Right now, soon. Now it's good. It's done. It's done. It's soon.
next 10 to 15 years, you could live an extra 50 years.
And it may not even take 10, 15 years. The reason is that the technology is expanding exponentially. So our minds think in a linear term. So we think that the next 10 years is going to be as much advanced as the last 10 years or last 15 years. But that's not what's going to happen. Next 10 years, you can think of it as more advanced than the last century. Imagine that you were living in early 1900s, and somebody told you that we'll never get smallpox or you won't die of tuberculosis. That's the speed that we're talking about. So we will get to a point what's called the lone.
We start with the roll call. We let the record show that Michelle Rousseau is now here, although she wasn't previous at the finished in the driveway. All with her.
Yeah.
Michelle Rousseau.
Yeah.
Here.
That are here. Stuart Lander.
Here.
Please join me, pledge allegiance to the flag of the
I
pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
motion to approve session agenda.
I'll make a motion to approve the consent agenda.
Second.
Favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opening this in before a discussion actually now the answer non-real. You know, as presented.
I'll make a motion to accept the settlement of appeal as discussed in executive session.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
That motion passes. Next up is discussion action trust contracts negotiation. That's in possible South.
I'll make a motion to accept the terms of contract by the assistant principal at Bottom School.
Second.
All those in favor?
Okay, for anybody who's watching at home, thank you to the school committee for that, and it is my pleasure to announce Mr. Brandon Pierce, current or former social studies teacher at South Kingstown High School, as the new assistant principal for South Kingstown High School. Congratulations to Mr. Pierce, his family, and his school.
Thank you. We're very happy to have you out there. That we're going to session action terms of contract negotiation. This is very important. By session.
And for that, we can now Brandon Pierce, current former social studies teacher at South Kingstown High School. With members of the public, it is my pleasure to announce Mrs. Mary Server, who served in this capacity in an interim basis throughout last school year as our new, or as our this year's preschool coordinator for the upcoming 26-27 school year. So welcome back.
Yes, we're so glad you could join. For the Steve, session action terms of contract, interim principal, Rob School.
I make a motion to approve the contract. Principal. What about in school?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
That motion passes. You're up.
To the community, for the community members, members of the community who are out there and public, it's my pleasure to publicly announce Mrs. Gina Haberg as the principal of Broad Rock Middle School for the 26-27 school. Congratulations to Mrs. Haberlin, again, her family and colleagues as well as the community of South Kingston.
We are super excited to have this discovered in this. Congratulations. All right, brings us to E, discussion action personnel contract renewal for the assistant superintendent, director of student services, human resource coordinator, the executive assistant to the superintendent.
I'll make a motion to approve contract renewals for the assistant superintendent, director of student services, human resources coordinator, and the executive assistant to the superintendent as discussed in executive session.
All those in favor?
Aye.
All right, and I just want to say, we're super glad that we have all these wonderful people working for our school district. We are very glad to have them. And it's such a pleasure to offer them these Sometimes you get those shifts that want to keep one. That will be bringing us to this, after second action, school year 2057 service contract.
We have decided to use the state contracts in Chartwell, so it's avoided the contract again. They have had it for, I believe, over 20 years in the state of Rhode Island, so I'm very happy to be continuing working with Chartwell. The people that we have, Brian and Mark, are fabulous to work with. And the highlights of the upcoming changes are, because it's a little difficult with the wage, get people to stay. Once they've been in their train, they can see to leave. So we decided to do into the contract is to do a wage increase for hourly associates, adjusting to state minimum wage increase and to attract more qualified candidates. We have some long-term people who have never really given a proper wage increase over the years, and they're close to retirement as well. So we wanted to take that into consideration to keep them. We also increased the meal prices to offset the wage compensation increases as well, to offset the cost of goods impacting the program. So the breakfast at elementary and secondary schools went up 15 cents. 30 cents lunch at elementary, 45 cents lunch at secondary. Current prices are $1.40 breakfast elementary lunch and $3.05 secondary lunch. And these new prices will put us in line with the surrounding districts, such as Narragansett City, Chariho, keeping us in. Everybody else in favor of the advantages.
Any questions?
Can you repeat, I'm sorry, the breakfast, elementary breakfast and lunch, did you say it's the same price?
15 cents for breakfast at elementary and secondary.
Thank you.
That's an increase.
That's the
Wow.
increase.
Already. No, we had to increase that to offset the wage. So it's more income to offset the wages that we.
Yeah, so it is a 15 cent across all schools increase to last year's prices.
Correct.
Putting us, can you tell us one more time, please, for elementary breakfast and lunch?
15 cents for breakfast at
What's the
It's a total.
total total cost?
I didn't do the total.
Oh,
I just did it
That was the cost for one meal.
one,
plus for one meal. The current prices are $1.40 breakfast elementary, lunch, and $3.05 secondary.
Okay, so it's 140 for both breakfast and lunch, for elementary. Okay. So,
With that 15 cent.
With
That
the
was
15
before 15 cents. Correct.
That's what.
That's
Oh,
with,
that's
That's
with
with
the,
the-
That's with the.
yeah, so it's $1.
okay, thank you.
Is there any impact to what we budgeted for this line item? Just followed into what we budgeted.
We had budgeted that in there previously when I had talked to Chartwell's. We had looked at where we are in the current pricing, so that when we put that budget in, we budgeted.
All right, so there's not gonna be an increase in that budget line. So, it's good. Okay.
This. Lunch application is the application for free to produce lunch active right now.
Not yet. Yeah. We are though, once the fresh fruit and vegetable grant opens up, we are so.
And do we revenues available in all schools, including the high school?
Yeah, I believe so.
Wasn't the state doing something about,
The state gave free meals for the summer.
oh,
We did have university records. That's.
It was for new SS reforms, I believe, when those were in place, that's when that was enforced.
Yeah, they also have.
One federal fund, expense. Let's see, it's 2 years.
Yeah, but we also have it. In place. Back in the dark ages, well, let's remember my kids have done it for 20 years. And they had free breakfast when my son was in the junior high school, and I said, I was like, don't you need money for that? I said, Mom, they give us breakfast every day. I'm good, relax.
Often that can be taken care of, or historically be taken care of, with Title I funds,
I don't know how I remember, well, I was on the school committee then. So I wasn't paying attention to how it's taken care of. I just knew my son was eating breakfast at home and then again at school.
Well, they say it's free for the summer.
Do we have a?
Sorry.
to approve the terms?
I'll make a motion to approve Charles' contract.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Or, chemical service contracts for 6 through 20. So, what's that?
This was just over.
This is mechanical service.
Okay,
contract.
yeah, so we elected to keep to use Units Plumbing. Along with industrial burners and Holland Electric. Continue the services through the next 3 years for us. In partnership with the town, so us and the town are using the same services, try to keep the prices competitive. So we felt that was a great need. Mark Russo helped champion that for us. So like I said, again, just to recap, it's going to be committed to Nunez Plumbing. Holland Electric is going to stay on for another year for us. This is not only guys want to throw that guys out there, you got in case you're questioning about the electric, but then industrial burner services. And then all we have for that is those two topics. Like I said, the prices are going to be comparable to last year's. There's not a lot of price movement changes there.
I think it's great that we're working with the town and, so, and this is a 2-year contract, right?
Yes. And the reason why I work in town with Mr. Russo at first, I was an interim at the time. Our service was coming to an end. And we needed to go ahead and get services put out to the school. So Mark graciously said he'll help me out in that manner, because I have access to business. The next contract will do our own, but probably looks similar to the town, because we always been using the same kind of contractors, so, and this really kept them competitive.
I believe all 3 of those vendors are also local
Yes, they are.
companies, which I'm glad that we're using local people. Thank
And
you.
we've used them in the past as well.
Yeah,
Right, we have a motion to accept the chemical service contracts.
Make a question to accept.
Contracts. As expected.
second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
We need to open to discussion action for snow removal. Functional services.
So we elected to keep Keyport. That was the same company that was here last year, Big Blizzard. I felt they had the mechanical need, they had the trucks, they also had the people coming in, and they were very responsive, very reactive with us. It's going to be a price difference over last year of $360. It increased, but everything else stayed the same. The bid came in around $12,760. It was about $12,500 last year. So still an increase there, but again, we like to keep them giving the work they did over the winter, this past winter. And they just have the resource that I feel comfortable with having. I just need to move on.
Very modest increase. Which. Attitude.
We never have to use that. This company.
I
Yeah, we'll take the look.
I have a question. I thought we turned Wakefield School over to.
We did, that was a type error there, that's for the admin or meat shop. We're keeping the meat
All right,
shop,
so it's not Wakefield.
Yes,
it's
the main
main
shop. and
Okay,
they understand that, keeper,
thank you.
thank you for the question.
Should accept the.
I'll make a motion to accept the contract for snow removal.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Thank you for your work on that.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, you're welcome.
Oh.
We get to adjourn several times.
Wait, okay.
I'll second the motion to adjourn this meeting.
All those in favor?
Aye.
All right. We are adjourned till we open again. Very nice, Dan.
So, it's
You're going. So. You're going to open our annual workshop, the end. Or the roll call. James Steve.
Here.
Here.
Shelby Seth.
Here.
Stuart Lander.
Here.
I found her. I'm going to turn over to the superintendent to give us a overview of how we're starting the workshop.
Sure. So, good morning, everyone. Morning, committee members once again, and members of the public and employees, and also welcome to our first agenda item in terms of presentation for this summer's workshop. My pleasure to welcome Attorney William O'Gara, Managing Principal Partner of Pennone, Devereaux and O'Gara. Years of experience of bargaining in the state of Rhode Island with various unions across the state. He is also highly recommended and often works through the trust. It is also through the Leadership Institute that multiple employees, including myself, have gone through with the trust. Have had the pleasure of hearing Mr. O'Gara speak regarding contract negotiations, regarding collective bargaining. And again, thought we would bring him in today as we evolve. We are on a contract cycle where we have our contracts with our existing employee unions, Council 94 for our custodial and maintenance, NEASK for our teachers union, and SKESP for our paraprofessionals. We are in a cycle where we have a contract up every single year. And so with that constant cycle, it's good to get either, in some cases, some knowledge and or a refresh of best practices and existing practices in collective bargaining as well as labor law. So with that.
Well, it was an elaborate introduction. This is really good. Better than I could ever do, so I like that. So, and the other thing, it was funny when I turned onto this road, Broad Rock Road, familiarity with that is when I went to URI. I purchased a 1962 Chevrolet in a field that I just dropped the battery in it, and I drove it for 4 years. As I drove down the road, I go, God, I wish I could remember where that was on the street. So with that completely irrelevant information, let me try to turn to something more relevant.
It's probably a house there.
Yeah, probably. The car was great too. I only had 30,000 miles on it. It's one of those things, you know, this is too good to believe it should be true, but it's true. So let me sort of test the committee. Does anyone recognize the significance of these numbers? 3,300, 221, 2,210 / 2465. Does anyone on the committee, on this learned, impressive school committee, recognize the significance of those numbers? So here's the significance. That was your enrollment in 2015. I saw different numbers. I saw one number was 2210, 2465. I'm not sure. I'm sure it's a little bit of a floating target. But clearly, South Kingston, like a bunch of communities, I live in Westerly, we sort of see the same thing. We're seeing this decline in the number of students in the public schools in a bunch of communities. And here's the challenge that presents for you. Unfortunately, and I'm sure if you went to the average person, you said, hey, if they have 3,300 students and then they went to 2,200 students, it's roughly a third. So if they were spending $10, they should be spending $6.66 because they have a third less students and the costs go down by a third. And unfortunately, as you all know, that is not the reality of it because we still have to clean the building, we have to heat the building, we have to do all the other things that we have to do. And the reality is, as your numbers of students decline, your cost per student tends to increase because you have a smaller pool to spread the costs over. The significance of these numbers. $61,391,825. That was your school department budget in 2020. And I think this is the current $66,839,725. That's the current budget. So what we've had is we've had a decline in the number of students, pretty significant decline. And we've not had a corresponding reduction in costs because we've got a bunch of significant fixed costs that are here. And the other reality that you're just sort of dealing with is your employment related costs. Your employment related costs increase, they don't decrease. And so this, I hate to sort of describe this as a problem, but this is sort of the framework. This is the reality of what the school committee and the town is dealing with, just sort of looking at what are we doing on enrollment and what are we doing with the budget challenge. And so that's the, I don't know, I won't call it the problem, that's the reality. That's the reality. And so the issue then, as you get ready to negotiate a series of collective bargaining agreements, is really sort of where do we go? What do we do? And from my standpoint is one of the things you have to understand is, okay, we're negotiating a contract, we're negotiating contracts, and excuse my terrible East Providence public school handwriting, but the question then becomes, okay, what's the legal framework for that? How do we do that? What can we do? What can't we do? And let me give you some context. Let me compare it to the private sector, what you could do as a private sector employer. If you were a private sector employer, you have the ability to negotiate hard. The union has its right to strike. The employer has economic tools that are available to it. But one of those critical tools in the private sector is if we negotiate back and forth, and we don't get any place. So the employer says, hey, look, what are we spending on medical insurance a year?
13, this current 13.1 million this upcoming school year.
13 million over how many employees?
For all benefits roll up, so retirement,
Okay,
healthcare, all roll up to approximately 13 million,
so and how many employees is that? 400?
approximately.
Yeah.
A little less.
So if you were an employer, you could go to the union and you could say, you see this plan, this plan's great, we can't afford this plan. This plan is not sustainable. We cannot carry this plan, we cannot afford this plan, we cannot remain in business if we provide this level of benefit. We want to provide you, instead of the A plan, we're going to provide you with the B. And you negotiate, you get to a point where we're not making any progress, and the contract has expired, and you've essentially reached impasse. You have the ability in the private sector to go, I'm implementing this plan, and that's what we're going to do. And you have to continue negotiating, but you've essentially gotten to that point. Difficult to do, not easy, but it's a thing. It's a thing. Rhode Island, we have concept of evergreen. And evergreen in the labor context means that like a tree, it never loses its leaves, it never goes away. And so what's happened with the change in the law back to 2019 is as an employer, I can negotiate with you until the cows come home. I can say, I need this change is critical. But if we don't reach a deal and the contract expires, I do not have the ability to unilaterally change a provision of the contract. So that doesn't mean employees get raises, but I can't go to them and say, hey, this medical plan, I want to change the medical plan. We've negotiated, we've met 27 times, we can't agree, I'm implementing. Evergreen means that all the terms and conditions of the expired contract, so you've negotiated past your expiration date, contract expired, all of those provisions remain in place. The employer doesn't have the ability to make a unilateral change. The employer is essentially locked into those existing expired contract terms. That's why when this passed, this was very controversial. A number of the municipalities actually filed a lawsuit. The lawsuit so far has been unsuccessful in challenging that. And essentially the legal challenge was, hey, General Assembly, you put us, you've tied our hands. We don't have an ability to do anything. But the General Assembly in its infinite wisdom decided that this was a good thing for Rhode Island to have, and we have it. And so that's, so what the framework is, and the framework is significant to your collective bargaining, is you're walking into negotiations with your unions, and you're having discussions with them. And if you're saying to them, hey, I don't have confidence that SK is going to give me is going to continue to increase this number when this is what's happened with the enrollment. Hey, I need you, the unions, to make changes in wages, benefits, so that I'm able to operate this business, because that's what this is. We're in the business of teaching children. That's what we are. We don't pay income tax, but we're in a trust fee. This is a business. This is a large business. This isn't even a small business. You're in a situation where you do not have the ability to unilaterally say to the union, hey, I've looked at this medical plan, or I've looked at this other benefit, and this is unsustainable financial standpoint. We have to change that and unilaterally do that. So what that means as a practical matter is you need to win hearts and minds. You need to be able to make, to the extent you need to do a couple of things that are really significant. First of all, in my estimation, what happens a lot of times with negotiations is a side goes in with what I call a wish list. We want this, we want the other thing, we'd like the other thing, we'd like a cherry on top, we want this too, we want that. And they go in with a list of things that they'd like to achieve, but they haven't, but that's all it is. It's a wish list. And they haven't really identified what it is exactly that they need to achieve in negotiations. And so if our negotiations are economics, and again, sometimes you negotiate contracts and it's not all economics, sometimes it's language issue. But if our negotiations are, hey, we need to constrain the growth of our costs. If our negotiations are this, what that means you really need to do is you need to figure out where are you spending your dollars and where are the areas where you have a shot of getting the other side, which like you as an elected group, to agree to essentially, if you're looking for concessions, how do you get them to make, how do you get them to make changes? How do you convince them that the changes that you're asking for make sense and are reasonable? And your one of the issues that you're up against, one of the challenges that a school committee has in Rhode Island is you're in a situation where you're coming to this process with you have an 82-page collective bargaining agreement with the teachers union. This isn't, we have 6 pages, this is 82 pages. You detail every aspect of the relationship, is detailed. You have a full, I'll pass this up. This is just 1 page from the contract. You have a full page on the process if you want to change the medical insurance. You have to have a meeting, they have to sign off on how you change the medical insurance. You have a very detailed process that have developed over many years. And so anytime you go to someone who you've negotiated a contract over many years and you go, hey, this whole thing about the employer agrees it shall not contract the healthcare insurance for members covered by this agreement, which do not meet the limitations herein without union approval. That doesn't make a lot of sense for us. And then this whole thing about the manager and the president shall meet. And if we can't agree, if they won't agree with us on the change in the benefits, we're gonna go to arbitration. We're gonna we can't do this anymore. The people on the other side, not surprisingly, go, wait a minute. We negotiated this with you. People who sat in your chair before you must have thought this was a good idea because they agreed to all of this language. And so not surprisingly, the folks on the other side of the table look at this and go, this has worked out great. This is great. This is a beautiful school. People love the school. Why are we changing this? If it ain't broke, don't fix it. This is perfect. And by the way, we don't really trust you guys. So we're not comfortable simply allowing you to change the health insurance without us signing off on it. And we like the health insurance because we have the vision, we have the Delta Dental level 4. Level 4, not level 3, level 4. We like all of these things. And over the years, we've given up things to keep this. And so if you want us to change this, you've got to make the case to us because we have evergreen. All we need to do is just keep talking because you don't have the unilateral right to say, hey, you know what? This was all well and good 10 years ago, but we just got hit with a 10% increase on the medical, and the trust is telling us it's another 10%, and it's not sustainable. You need to be able to make the case to the union, because remember, the union is an elected body. The people who are negotiating the contract with you have to go back and have to get a deal ratified. You need to be able to make the case as to what it is you want. And again, it's Rhode Island. There's 2 unions. There's the NEA and AFT. They negotiate all the contracts. Not surprisingly, back in their office, they have a binder with everyone's contract. They have you, they have North Providence, they have you name it. To the extent you're saying to them, we want to change the medical, they're gonna say, okay, well, who else has this? And so again, this whole comparability, you're looking, what is it that other communities do? Are you proposing something that, hey, this has worked pretty well in Jamestown, this has worked pretty well in Cumberland, are you, and that, and again, that's how we get away from the wish list. The wish list is a recipe to be very disappointed, because the Easter Bunny isn't showing up with the gifts, like, it's not gonna happen. You've gotta, if you're, and again, it's all dollars. So if you said to me, hey, look, we gotta try to find $1 million, or in the next 3 years, we can only count on a 2% increase each year in what we're gonna have for available dollars to spend on the total cost. It's looking at each of these components and trying to figure out, okay, if I change and the medical's an easy one, because the medical's is just such a, the medical's the 800-pound gorilla that can just throw us all around because of the cost of it. If you're making a proposal to the teachers union, the maintenance folks, any of them, and saying, we want to change the medical, you need to have done your homework to be able to say, here's what we want to change it to, and here's what other communities have done, or here's why this can work. We want to change the deductibles. Here's what other cities and towns have done. Here's what we've done to limit the impact on it. Because at the end of the day, with the union, this is kind of your problem. That's not their problem. They're saying, hey, I'm the maintenance guy, I'm the kindergarten teacher, I'm 66 million bucks. You guys gotta figure that out. That's why you're here. I'm looking at what I have as an employee of the town. I'm a good employee, I do my job. I take my job very seriously. But what I have, I like. So if you want to take something from me, you need to be able to make a case for me as to why, first of all, why you need to take it. Second of all, what you're asking me for is not unreasonable. And essentially, and third of all, why what you're asking me for is not going to have some enormous adverse impact on me. And just to sort of get back to this one-page thing, I have a lot of contracts that I've negotiated. You know what it says on medical insurance? It says the employer will offer medical insurance and will provide you 30 days notice if we change it. Period. End of story. I'm not meeting with you. We're not having 27 meetings. I don't need you to sign off. I offer medical insurance. Hey, this is unaffordable. I give you 30 days notice. I'm offering different medical insurance. That's not your reality. Your reality is you have a very detailed 82-page contract that lays out every aspect of these people's employment. And the medical insurance has several pages devoted just to the medical insurance. So what that means is you don't get to show up with sort of a buzzsaw and say, hey, we're spending too much, I'm going to change all this, because they don't have to agree to it. And frankly, if I'm on their side of the table, I'm looking at this going, you need to make the case for me. You need to explain to me why this is a reasonable ask on the part of the school committee. Because if it's not a reasonable ask, I'm not signing on. The other thing that I thought was significant about just looking at your contracts briefly is that your salaries 2024 2% wage increase, 2025 2.5%, 2026 2.5%. Those increases in 2026 was a very difficult. I'm looking at contracts and they're not coming in at 2.5%. I'm looking at contracts at a 3.5%, sometimes as an outlier 4%. But if I'm on the other side, I'm looking at this saying, hey, we look, and again, this is where the research piece comes in. Where do people stand up? Where do your folks stand up with these other communities? Are you in the middle of the pack? Are you at the top? Are you at the bottom? Those are all the issues that the union for its part is gonna do to sort of look at this. And they're also gonna look at the school committee, and they're gonna say, hey, whatever challenge this isn't us, because we got a 2%, 2.5, 2.5. So you're heading into a negotiating cycle where, unfortunately, for all parties concerned, we're sort of in this inflationary period where people are paying, $4.19 per gas in their car. Everything's going up, and so you're in a framework where this sort of deal, this sort of, 2.5, 2.5. This is, in my experience in 2026, that's sort of the outlier for what contracts are looking for right now. And again, I'm not making any forecasts as to where you ultimately end, but again, if we want to do a wish list, we all have a meeting, we meet for half an hour, we go, we want this, we want that, we want the other thing. You won't get any of it. You'll just be disappointed. You've got to really look at this, and you've got to really cost out. The whole key to the whole thing is you got to, everything you want, everything you ask for, you have to cost out, and you also have to be open to the idea of, is there another alternative that makes sense for me to achieve what I need to achieve by way of cost savings? You really have to sort of brainstorm it and look at it and go, where are my dollars being spent? What else can I do that can help me get to where I need to get to be able to operate within whatever budget constraints you folks are looking at, saying, hey, in the next 3 years, for the life of these contracts, I can only anticipate X by way of funding for us to fund these contracts. And again, it's all well and good to go. We met for an hour, and we want this and we want that, and we want the other thing. My experience, that's not what you get. And the other point that you have to really very thoughtful about, and this applies to both sides, which is there's an issue, there's a question on what I think is really significant is what, in my experience, what's happened over time is that there has been, and I'm not saying it's here because I don't obviously I don't know the players, I don't know the party, but and let me explain union turnover again. Apologize for my extravagant handwriting, not there wrong. What I think it's a real interesting phenomenon is what I've seen in the last few years is with a lot of the negotiating committees on the part of the union, that generation of people that were with the organization for 25 years, 30 years, they have all kinds of goodwill. They have all kinds of goodwill because they've been with the organization forever. They identify with the organization. They identify with the mission of it. And at the end of the day, there's a bunch of goodwill that will help you get to a deal. So if you say to them, hey, look, guys, I'd like to be able to do this. I can't. I don't have the money. I can't do this. I can do that. At the end of the day, they go, hey, we're on the same team. We fill in the blank. We love the town. We love the school department. We love the authority. We love the Trudeau Center. We love we love the mission. This is who I am. Those people are aging out. And so what I think is sort of an interesting dynamic, it's a really interesting dynamic, is that you end up sometimes with you. Like I have a client that's a nonprofit that's been around forever, and they're completely dependent on state funding. And for years, the state wouldn't give us any funding. We would negotiate 3-year contracts. 0, 0, 0. How's 0? How do you like 0, 0? And they would negotiate those contracts because they so believed in the organization. They were like, this is my life. I'm so into it. Now they go, yeah, we're not interested. Because those people are gone. And I have a younger committee, I have a younger negotiating team on the other side. And they're sort of like, yeah, no. I need the money. Where's the money? Show me the money. And so that's, to me, that's just sort of an interesting piece of the puzzle where, and again, I don't know your negotiating committee. I don't know what that looks like, and you probably don't know at this point. But again, I will just say there's a change. There's a change that I've seen in on the union side. There's sort of a more, yeah, show me the money. I get it. And so that sort of goodwill that sort of permeated it. Sometimes it's still there. Sometimes it's not there. But what that means for you folks, and this is a really key issue, is because sometimes it really comes down to it, is now let me explain to what this pain factor. So what's pain factor? Pain factor means how hard are you willing to negotiate? How long you're willing to go? How frustrated are you willing to get? How frustrated are you prepared for the other side to get? If the process drags on, and the issue there, and I'm not saying, hey, you guys should go out the parking lot and do a blood oath and and turn this into World War III. I'm not suggesting that at all. I'm just saying that one of the issues that you sometimes see is people go, okay, I want A, B, and C, and I want D, E, and F, and those are my contract things. If I don't get those, I don't care if we don't have a deal. Not having a deal is not good, because you can run into a situation where if it really goes sideways, I'm not suggesting this would happen, but you can run into a situation where you end up with those communities where you have the work to rule stuff and the teachers don't do. My wife's a retired school teacher, and I benefited from the super deluxe medical plan. I enjoyed it very much this year. But you run into these situations where, okay, they won't write a letter of recommendation for the kid applying to college. They won't come after school. You sort of run into this work to rule stuff where you have this frustration that builds up because these contract negotiations go on and on and on and on. And the union feels that the employer is being unreasonable. And then it's just sort of what I call like the pain factor. Like, how much stomach is there that? And again, I'm not advocating for that. I'm not saying that's what the committee should do when it's it should be sort of geared up to have a battle, and it should fight it out to the last man or woman. I'm just saying that if you have if you have goals that aren't realistic, or if you have goals that might be realistic, if you're willing to sort of really battle it out, that's a good thing to try to figure out early on. And my view of it is if you're gonna concede on an issue, you don't really need to get to this fact that you do that, because then you haven't accomplished anything. And again, but that to me all ties into what is it realistically that you're trying to achieve here? What is it, what's a contract look like that you say, hey, I can live with this contract, but I need to do A, B, and C. What's A, B, and C? And how do you convince the other side that they should let you get A, B, and C? That's the real work, because you don't have the ability to unilaterally implement changes. You don't have the ability to sort of go, hey, this medical thing, we're not doing this anymore. This is too much. This is too rich. And you just don't have that blank sheet of paper. And it really comes down to, you need to be able to make a case to the other side as to why you should be able to get what you're asking for. And the other thing I'll say to you is, and this is like, sometimes if I say something 5 times, you go, that's the stupidest thing, and I'm not going to do this. Sometimes after they hear it the 6th time, they start to go, yo, well, maybe this is a thing. And so a lot of this sometimes is just sort of putting out your proposals, saying, this is why I need these proposals, and just continuing to put those issues on the table as to why you need those. And again, to have done the homework, to have costed it out, to looked at other communities, to be able to sort of say, hey, look, what I'm asking for is not off the wall. This is reasonable. And again, to have really done the homework, so it just doesn't look like a wish list of things that at the end of the day, you're not gonna get. Because at the end of the day, they have to go sell the deal too. They have to go back to the body. They have to go back to the people that selected them and go, hey, look, under the circumstances, this is a fair deal. Not a great deal, fair deal, an okay deal. This is a decent deal. And hopefully there's a bunch of goodwill on their side that helps you get to a deal and helps you get to something that makes sense. But again, I can't overemphasize the importance of having really done your homework to identify what it is you're asking for and to make the case as to what you're asking for is not unreasonable under those circumstances. People have questions, kind of do a monologue.
I'm just wondering, when you're talking about doing your homework, it seems like something where people would be collecting this information. Obviously, the unions seem like they might be collecting information about what other communities are doing. So are there places that bodies are collecting that?
Yeah, so the interlocal trust has all the contracts. And to me, it's a matter of looking at what's out there. And then the other part of the homework is and it ties into this costing things out. If I'm looking at the health plan, again, I don't want to pick on the health plan. I like
Pretty much.
You can. I'll tell you what I really liked about that. I'll tell you what I liked about the health was that, first of all, I didn't have to buy it, so that was good. But second of all, I had open heart surgery and the bill was $128,000 and I paid $100. I like that. That was good.
So why would they change it?
Yeah, why would we change this? This worked perfect. That's the issue. But if you're looking at the health plan, and let me tell you, the health plan for a bunch of your employees is like the red zone. No, we ain't changing this. We like this. The homework is going to the trust and going whoever you're working with, going, okay, what else is out there that if we did this, what are the savings associated with that? If we had, you don't have a high deductible, do you? You had a high deductible plan, then the question becomes, and I'm not surprised you don't, because we have committees. And if the union's on the committee, you go, I wanna change the health plan, I know, we would vote no on that. So, but if you're looking at that, here's the other piece of the puzzle. Is the juice worth the squeeze? So what you run into is, okay, if we go to, if you went to a high deductible, or you went to whatever changes, change the office visits, change this, change, whatever the changes are. What does it all mean at the end of the day by way of savings? How significant is the savings? And how big a lift is it? Because sometimes if you say, we want to change the health plan, it becomes like World War III. But the union may agree to contribute more to keep what it has. Again, but for this to be credible, it can't just be, hey, we think that we're gonna save 18% on a high deductible plan, so you should do that. You're not gonna get anywhere. Like you have to really sort of cost it out and come back at what are possible changes that you could make, and what are the savings associated with that? And then the question becomes, okay, if the union's like, we don't want to change the plan out, well, are they willing to throw more money out? Are they willing to? And I think they're paying 20%. Are they willing to change that? Like, what are the? Because it all comes back to this.
Have you seen that?
Yes. It all comes back to this. It all comes back to this. So if I can save these, I see, if I'd gone to SK, I would have had much better handling. If you have, if your goal is to achieve savings, it doesn't necessarily need to be this way or the other way. You just need to figure out, how do I, how can I get there? How can I get there? But again, I want to emphasize, I don't want this to sound like this is going to be easy and everyone's going to go, okay, you can have what you want, because they don't have to give you that. We have Evergreen.
Yeah, no, to answer your question. You can go, if each district has their contracts somewhere on their website, so you can search it out, or to this point, you're putting your local trust, will have them listed out. For what typically, yes, our new lawyer, and yes, typically, he actually pulls from other districts as well. Spreadsheet or something. Yeah, so, yeah, you can literally do homework, whether the other 10 communities that are like us. And then compare it, and they're usually.
Yeah, it's like
We have an incredible, our teachers have an incredible contract, which is to this point, there's a lot of times it's not much. I pay just, but so we have to come to the table with, okay. We're not getting that dollar. We need to work together to figure out how to make it work.
And the other reality, you guys, you understand this. It's funny, I'm negotiating a contract right now where we crossed the line that I never thought we would cross. But we crossed the line. But this is the line. So any guess what $40,000 represents? Family coverage, that's what it was. $40,000. I haven't bought you a uniform. I haven't given you a paid holiday. I haven't done a thing. It's 40 G's for family coverage. And so we're, we're just getting to numbers, and the trust has been pretty good, like, well, how big was your increase last year?
For healthcare,
Yeah,
the 12,
Yeah.
12.06.
that's not bad, believe it or not, I have some small, the terrible spot to be in if you're in Rhode Island is sort of 50 to 100 for employees, you got crushed. You got like 20% increase, you're gonna crush it. But these numbers on these benefits have just gotten they've just got to be so enormous, and so here's the thing. If let's say the medical's 25. And then we've got pension. Then we've got paycheck. I mean, it's not that hard. It's not that hard to get to 100 Gs for each position. It's really easy. You can get to 150. I mean, it's terrible, but the reality is sometimes if you're looking at this, where you end up is you end up looking at sort of, hey, I have to do this for fewer people because that's 100,000 or that's 150,000, and I have to get down to this number. Because for all the reasons we've talked about, saying to people, hey, I need you to make a significant change on this, their response is going to be no. The legal framework is you can't compel them to do that. And they sort of look at the system and they go, I know we took modest pay increases, but we've made our contribution to get this, to get this with the lot. We like the super deluxe, we don't like the other. And so that just becomes a real, that just becomes a battle to try to get people, to try to get numbers the way you need them to get. And at the end of the day, your employment related costs per employee are just really significant. There's no way around that. You're hiring quality people, you want people to stay with you, you want them to view it as a career, you provide medical insurance, you provide a pension, you provide, you want to provide competitive pay, but at the end of the day, those numbers are really, that's how you get to this. That's how you get to this. I would think probably 75% of your, 75% payroll. Yeah, so again, there's no easy fix here. I think that the best thing we can do is to really just look at what are your alternatives and try to get to realistic goals that you have a shot of achieving, as opposed to pie in the sky, and then at the end of the day, you kind of don't achieve any of it, just throw it in the towel. I've done that with people too. So we're gonna do this, we're gonna do that. Let's see, at the end of it, you don't really get, you didn't really get anything. You might have been able to make some progress and focus on a couple of issues and really made the case.
Do you see any mistakes being made? Intrinsic versus extrinsic motivation. I just think where you're at, budget has there's a story since the business. You see others.
Yeah, I don't see. I think that the issue that
Yes,
you guys know this
yes.
better than I do. I don't know how much. I don't know the level of pressure. I don't know the level of pressure the school department / school committee is on relative to these numbers, relative to what is it we can realistically, what are gonna be there for dollars to sort of operate this business, this large business in a relatively small town. That's the 66 million bucks.
Zero percent for 6 consecutive years, or was it 7? I might have lost track.
In the 6 years.
6 years, we had 0%
Yeah.
increase in property tax.
So then what you're up against, I, you know, I hate to say it, but then you're at this. Then you're at this, then you are, okay, is there a way, am I negotiating some sort of incentive for senior people to leave? So that I don't decimate my younger teachers, which puts me in a terrible spot in 5 years, like, is there a way, I'm having a discussion with the union, how do I? And again, the tricky part with the incentive is, the issue with the incentives is sort of bang for buck. And the issue you run into is, okay, if I'm offering an incentive, am I paying money to people that will go on anyways? And am I just sort of, am I getting anything? How do I, if I'm doing an incentive, how do I structure it? How do I pull additional people in that might be interested in incentive without essentially overspending? What are my savings associated with that? But those are all the things you have to look at. If you go into negotiations and you go, hey, look, if I can't achieve X, I have to find it somehow.
The new pension requirement, are we part of this?
Right. It's very mindful.
Right. We looked into that. I keep reading it, and it was this one.
Yeah, no, that, like, again, that becomes one of these things that you really have to sort of sit down and try to figure out, okay, what is it that would actually get people to go? Are they the people that I want to go? Is it me extending medical for 2 years for them? What is it that I'm doing that gets people who are not otherwise gonna retire? Because if they're gonna otherwise retire, you just threw money out the window. It's really trying to figure out what is a plan that is affordable, that can get, that's attractive enough without breaking the bank, that gets people to go. And again, those, that's a whole nother. I've already used up an otherwise perfectly good hour of your time this morning, but again, those become some of the issues that you're up against. If you say to me, hey, we're in a financial vice with the town, and the town's sort of saying, this is what you got to figure it out. I'm just saying to you folks that when you factor in all the employment related costs of a full-time employee, it's a big number. I'm not suggesting people don't deserve it or it's not warranted. It's just a big number. And then you sometimes have to really look at that and go, is that what I have to do? That's why I didn't want to school.
So, in general, school committees don't like the evergreen thing. But
Welcome to Rhode Island.
I was gonna say, I don't like this.
It's not just smoking.
Can you explain where it came from?
Yeah, it came from the unions got pounded. The unions had a couple of situations that they didn't like where they negotiated with towns. And the town negotiated and said, hey, we want to see this, here's what we want to do. Here's what the town did. They said, you see this?
It was a trick question.
No,
No, it was.
yeah, they go, look, this is, here's my proposal for the town. There you go.
So, what actually happened? Because I'm a victim. In your local city of East Providence, they elected a school committee that is known across the United States as a rogue school committee.
It's credits too.
And what they, yeah, but East Providence wouldn't negotiate. They set negotiating days and times and then didn't show up. And they let the contract expire. 2 months later, they notified us the day after Christmas, by the way, that they were cutting our pay 20%. Well, I'm a math teacher. I was in charge of 19 math teachers. All of them could figure out how much their pay was cut. If you had more than one advanced degree, your pay was cut somewhere between 7.5% and 8.5%. You only had one advanced degree, your pay was cut 6.5%. If you had no advanced degrees, which doesn't apply to any teachers in today's world, your pay was cut 5%. That was the only place that the pay was cut 5%. They upped our copay on our insurance and made us sign an affidavit under penalty of perjury. I don't have access to health insurance through any other means. So the mom in my department with 3 little kids had to go on her husband's catastrophic health insurance with thousands and thousands of dollars of deductibles. And they lost during that year. I can only talk about the high school. They lost 40 teachers in June, and then they lost 20 more in February. So that's why, because it was the East Providence reps and senators that brought that bill to the State House.
Well, the teachers unions worked on it for a bunch of years and they got it passed. I'm not a lobbyist. I'm saying to you guys, this is the framework
This is what
you're
we have to live
operating in. Because when you meet with people who, who are elected to a school committee or own a small business, they sort of go, well, if this is not affordable and I can't do it anymore, don't I get to change it at some point? And the answer, as a practical matter, is not in Rhode Island, not unless you can convince the other side that it's a good idea to change it.
I appreciate you bringing that up, because especially for our folks who are running. Not everybody understands that. I've had many a conversation with a community member with like, there's just rip up the contract. I'm like, well, that's not how contracts work. And you can rip it up all you want. So, physically, go right ahead, but it will live in perpetual time until we come to an agreement. That's how it works.
Let's face it, the other reality is that the state has had a luxury of a lot of teachers. So, it used to, like when my wife got her teaching job, I was like, well, I know this guy who's gonna call that. Well, that's all done. We have a shortage of teachers now. And so as a practical matter, it has to be a real job. It has to have nice benefits. It has to pay decent money. All people aren't gonna do the job. So as a practical matter, there's a benefit to providing all these things because you're attractive to make this job a career and stay at this community as opposed to another community. It's just changing it is a process. It's not an easy process.
We have one expensive. And we can't afford it anymore. And so it's one of those things where we're gonna sit down with, and we got to be in leadership. But it's in a hard conversation, and that's why we want to have them get locked up. What is that framework? How difficult is this gonna be? And that's the number, and it's probably gonna stay that for another year, so, or we get We don't get 1%, they,
Yes.
so the town, we get 0.5%. Or 6 years before that, nothing, so we can't afford this super expensive project.
Yeah, the town's kind of doing what I did, which is, hey, you were here, you were there. If this costs $9, this should be $6. That's, you know, it's very simplistic, but that's kind of how they do the math.
You're right, this costs are high, and we've done a lot of work. Fixed costs, we close to school in those 6 years. But we've done all that work, we don't have. So now, where is the savings? Well, we have contracts, and that's the only place left, thanks.
But even to this point, our percentage year over year increases excruciatingly low.
It's all the other things done in that contract, it's not a percentage that raises. All the other.
Yeah, and once the stuff is written in the contract, it's hard to get it out.
And
Oh, yeah.
the good point, there's so much detail, there are positions named in the contract that you can't get rid of that position. And it may not even be needed anymore, but it's in the contract. So, I mean, we're gonna need a lot of help trying to homework, hospital, all of those pieces out in the meetings. But we focus on where is the savings. We wanna be fair. The increase, I think, is what we focus on, we still need to get them. It's all the other stuff, where is my savings, that's fair to them as well as.
So that's where my brain is thinking. Most employers at my every year, they come up with a medical package. A company that has several different types of packages, like individual, family, whatever you need. That is not what we have in our business.
Oh, because you're talking private. Or soon be, like, it's, you can't, your employer can be like, hey, Paul, I guess what, I'm not supplying you with healthcare. And you can then say, okay, I'm not gonna work here. We can't do that, it's in contracts, we have to supply it, do you know what I'm saying? Now, what I will tell you, yeah, I don't go for it. But what I will tell you is in years past, the Andrew Phineas was really great about this, and if this goes to kind of what both of you there alluding to is, and to your point, we've come to the teachers with different options and say, look, that number is impossible, and if we don't fix something here, then we have a problem. That's the end of the discussion, right? And so then you say, so here's where we can work together to figure out, you know, how we can adjust. Is it they contribute a little bit more? Is it a different percentage? Is it different for dental versus, you know, medical, prescription? And Raquel Pellerin was CFO at the time, and she came forward with like 4 different packages. And right, and it was like, okay, let's pick the one that is the most fair, gives them what they need, but also helps us with our bottom line because we're getting it. So it's just doing that over and over again until, but you have to come to the table trusting each other. Unfortunately, for 3 years, there was lack of trust, right? We built that, so I think we're in a good place, but it will be having
a lot of homework.
there will be a lot of homework.
So this contract expires in 27, 28. No,
It's expired now, teachers will expire
in 27.
in June 30th, 26th.
So, all right, maybe Pollyanna has arrived at this meeting. And I went through 35 years of teacher contracts. I wonder if we could just, once the school year is started and things have, you know, figured out as far as what needs to be done, if we could ask to meet with this teacher, with union leaders and maybe a couple of other people, maybe they weren't in the home negotiation team, and tell them, we've got an 82-page contract. We'd like to try to get rid of some of that language. Can we work on that? and have a meeting and just say, we're gonna work on the first 5 pages.
Or the first 2 years, right? Cause Bridget and Brian are no longer the leaders, so. we have
Right,
Bruce and
we have Mary and
And Bruce, anyone with her? Oh, okay, yeah.
Karen, Tony. So, I mean, is that reasonable to tell them? We're not talking about negotiating a contract right now. We're looking at contract language that we can.
I mean, you can offer it up, but again, it's up to them whether we want to.
It's up to them.
There's things that we can offer or ask or go in and there, go through and see if usually there are certain dates that. You don't have in this existing contract, where if you don't notify by a certain date, the next year rolls in automatically. So we've got some opportunities there, or we can always extend the invitation or start conversations, but it's also going to be things that we're going to do in executive session to have those conversations before we go in, because we don't.
Absolutely.
We're over time, so I do wanna. Do you have any other party?
No, Godspeed.
Mr. When, I'm
She wants to know if
probably
she would come
gonna
out.
regret asking this question. When did you graduate from these programs?
1880.
Were you the sound teacher?
I taught Tim O'Gara and Aaron O'Gara,
No,
1980. Yeah, I was there.
yeah, no, yeah, I had a system of heat. Marty, my brother.
I don't think I was his.
Were you at the high school?
Yeah,
Oh, wow.
I was much younger then.
Yeah, me too. See you guys.
And I
Good luck, thank you.
Think gray hair.
Thank you.
I could say this, I was told that my rate for king, directed this.
And outside. Yeah. She wanted everything sparkly. I know you do.
Now we're gonna move on to the equity audit, latest data points, I've been on it. 300.
I see, I just. I think that sometimes it is.
I'll blame I will try not to write, because I that handwriting. Typing and spell check, so I will not write. So in terms of, to go through the equity audit, and again, I'll try to go through quickly, because again, in many cases, there's so much to absorb here. I wanted to make sure that there's discussion and questions and things, but I wanted to give you, since the end of the year, or basically within the last quarter of the year, present day, some of the things that RIDE has released or that has come out seasonally, or the RIDE's Office of Data has put out, and is out there in the ether, and that we're always looking at, and or that we're always looking at, but we also have a series of new tools that are available to us that are going to make us analyzing the progress, or in some cases lack thereof, in terms of the equity audit. The ones that I want to make, that I'll focus in on, again, and I'm happy to go through all of them and ask questions or dive deeper into something to make it interactive. But the most recent part, it's gonna sound kind of silly, but RIDE released a validated, not this past year, but the year before's graduation. And they validated that for the 4-year rate on, obviously, because it's last year, you don't have the 5-year rate, you don't have the 6-year rate yet. But what I want to make sure that we're looking at, and what I want to put out there in terms of the equity audit, and I'll lift the veil, is that students who stay with us are graduates. The students that we can keep in the building, the students that we can keep involved at the high school, we have rates and statistics of closing gaps that we've never achieved before, and that is again back to last year. I don't have this year's data, obviously. If last year's has just come out 2 months ago, that analysis needs to go through. In terms of, I want to talk a little bit, we talked earlier about it, this past school year, which was last year's school suspension data. This is not out formally yet to the public, however, it does get rolled into a dashboard. We've made unprecedented gains through losses. This has gone down astronomically. SurveyWorks has come out. There's a new tool and the SurveyWorks, the surface says one thing, as we dive deeper, it says another. And I'm going to show you the new tool that is currently only available to administrators, but will be available to the general public later on. Brian has said, no, that's not embargoed, so I can show it. And then, so there's the data as it relates to our on the equity audit and our achievement gaps, both in terms of graduation, suspension, and students. But then what we're doing about it and what we're doing about it immediately. So if you go to, I've shared this presentation as a view only, so if you wanted to go on to any of these, but all of this is publicly available, provided that link. But when we go to our 4-year graduation rate, you would click South Kingstown, and the first thing that comes up is this, which again is tremendous. There's some great projects. However, what I'm focused in on is once again South Kingstown High School. So when either we outplace students or students go to GED programs, then they are factored into the entire district or the all. But when we take just South Kingstown High School, again, 2 years ago, the 24-25 graduation rate, and see that they're different.
So why? I know you can't answer the question, it's a silly question you can ask, but so they're saying like, so the 93.7% graduation rate for the district of South Kingstown includes kids who go to Cheraho, the Met.
No, who we outplace, yeah, for a GE, for programs that we provide to them as either part of their IEP or as part of their ILP or their individual plan.
So it's not related to CT.
No, it's not related to CT.
Okay.
This is not related to CT. That would be embedded in those others.
Yeah.
Right?
It does.
It does.
That's amazing. That is something to be found right there.
So, and so with that link, you can dive into this. This is public, this is out there. These numbers, as it relates to the equity audit, South Kingstown High School has its lowest gap in 12 years. So if all of a sudden I go back to this and I charted out 12 years, all the data that I could go to, and you can do this for any community. You have a 2% free and reduced between free and reduced lunch students who are graduating, again, who attend South Kingstown High School. So essentially what that's saying is if we've got a 99 free and reduced lunch, who stay with us are at 97. Differently abled, first time we're in the single digit percentage range. So if we're at, again, we're at 94, differently abled is at 94. Non-white has a higher than it exceeds. Non-white is a perfect 100% graduation rate. For again, 24-25. Hispanic also 100% graduation rate. And also for the first time ever, 100% graduation rate for female and 98.8 for male.
So
In 24 days.
what educational programming are you putting in place to get these great results?
So what's in place is trying more and more to make sure that our students are staying with us. To make sure that they're staying in the high school to work primarily through the alternative learning programs. Again, what we really need to do, and I'm not sure of the mechanism by which to do this, is really when it comes down to attendance and when people start going to family court, we have a lot of people who are family judges who are urging folks go get the GED.
So
That's our.
Absenteeism was contributing to the disparity, right? disparity. And so focusing on stopping the absenteeism. Like, you can't learn if you're not here.
Yeah, as well as making school a place that is a place that you want to be, where you feel welcome, where you have that's why, where you have relationships, where you have teachers who are going to work with you, where you've got, people understand your situation and circumstance. The more that we can keep our students with us, the more successful in terms of overall graduation at Dublin. This is where I'm getting all of this from. Again, you can do this for any district in the state of Rhode Island. So again, I'm on the 4-year graduation rate. If I were to change this to the 5 or 6-year graduation rate, it's gonna change all of them because we're talking about different classes. But if I go South Kingstown, here we are again, all schools. There's our 93.7, 175 students. And I'm focusing on South Kingstown High School. There's that 99.4. And then here's where you can see all of those in terms of the subgroups that we're talking about, in terms of specifically in the equity audit, when we're talking about achievement gaps as measured by graduation. And there's that 95%. Again, if I switch that back.
Yeah, Mr. Pedraza.
Yes.
Can you explain a little bit more about how the GED part factors into this and doesn't factor into this? Because I don't totally understand, but it seems like that might be part of this impact within the school, not in the school.
Yep, so I believe that if a student were to go and within their cohort year, attain their GED in the same year that they were to graduate, they are considered a graduate.
So it does factor.
So it'll factor in, but it factors in. So now I've just changed this over to the district. And so remember, we also have students who are attending for IEP, out of district placements, which again, per their IEP, might not be graduation, there might be a transitional plan. So again, it's hard to say without diving into this, but if I take all of our schools, so we take our district and the high school, you can see that free and reduced lunch number changes, that differently abled changes. Again, the numbers change. What's also, though, I think important that where we need to put our effort is making sure we're not doing this in the senior year. We've got to start putting this out there at the end of freshman year, at the end of sophomore year, at the end of junior year, because it's not like, oh, it's my senior year and now I'm struggling. Or now I'm making these decisions. We need to start and celebrating, quite frankly, we do work with you. We do create ILPs. We do offer plans. We will work with our guidance to create. So stay with us and you will be able to graduate.
I think it goes down even to the school level, because that transition from eighth to ninth grade is way, but we also do first ones in the district. And we do from eighth to ninth grade. So we need to make them feel wanted and part of the school community inside the law. And then, work very hard to let our eighth graders know how great our programs are. That transition from eight to nine is absolutely huge. And if we're successful in getting them to feel part of the school of Broad Rock, they'll be that much more successful and feeling part of it.
That's good. I like that you're saying that. I also want us to consider our homeschool. Because some of our homeschoolers are also going into homeschooling with inside the middle school. And it makes me, they carry on the homeschooling with the middle school, start the high school out of it, and then they go into getting their GEDs.
How are the homeschoolers factored into? Or are they not?
They would not. So technically, a homeschool family that completes their compulsory attendance as a homeschool student, they do not get a diploma from us. They are not factored in. They would be factored in if they came back to the district and then took part in a GED program that we
If
are.
they get a GED, once
They would then-
they're approved from homeschooling and they maintain it, then even if they get a GED or whatever.
unless they're coming back to the district and we're then paying the education exchange for that GED. But if as part of my homeschool plan, I'm going to take the GED, and I do, and I successfully pass, I'm out. I'm not included in those measures.
Because those homeschool kids was like, once the homeschool is approved, they're not part of any of our numbers, they're gone.
Yeah, they might be part of our, if we start looking at extracurricular, because they do have the ability
Yes,
sometimes to take, it depends on the plan that's approved. And or the space available or what they choose to engage in. But it will not be part of our graduation.
okay, thank you.
That's what talked about homeschooling. Where are we at this year? With that use, stay the same?
I haven't,
We know.
I think it's level, I believe, last year. As of right now, we haven't run the analysis.
That's K for that, right?
Yeah.
K-4.
We can come back to any of these, because again, I can call something out and play around with the data, but again, we're diving into where we being here, but also in terms of principals and instructional leaders and having those data conversations. Talk about. And again, relating it back, yes, to the equity audit, but ultimately our responsibility to all kids. And when we talk about, and we talked about it a little bit before, attendance is a huge issue. And so it's more important than ever that once we have our students, that we keep them in the building and keep them learning and keep them safe and secure. We've made major shifts. So we are now into this past school year. This past school year, we had a total of 69 suspensions in school and out of school.
That's a huge drop,
Yes.
and yay,
It's like
but also,
1/4.
yeah,
However-
but also.
Oh.
What is happening with them and the folks who, this such a significant drop that I question it as far as, so what are we doing with kids? Who previously were suspended and now they're in our classroom doing.
So glad you asked, but one piece that I
We should
want.
have more tools for discipline than just suspension.
Right.
So we've expanded those. The one piece, I'm gonna not try and crosswalk data too much, but my first, if all of a sudden, again, not that you're a skeptic, but I'm a skeptic naturally, I go, okay, we've had this dramatic reduction. Oh my gosh, you're just not suspending kids. And that's making kids must not be safe in school. I'm gonna fast forward a little bit. This is students across all the entire, there's elementary 3 through 5, here's 6 through 12. Just again, we can dive into this, and this is not every subgroup, but on the surface, our top scores continue to be, and this past school year continued to grow as reported by students, feeling safe, feeling that they have protected outcomes, and as well as well-being. So I'm just gonna put that out
I
there.
mean, those numbers, while they've gone up,
So-
it's still not.
So what's happening here is what we've done is we've revamped some of the operations at some of the schools. We've put in clear policies and procedures about what is a teacher handled behavior versus what is an administrative or dean handled behavior, as well as the steps that need to happen before it transfers from one to the other. So that disrespect in class, is no longer, in most cases, going right to that. It's now going as the classroom teacher. I'm gonna give you the consequence, and or I'm calling home, and I'm gonna do that repeatedly. And then once that doesn't work, now we can get to someone who does have that authority or that behavior. Additionally, what we're doing is that once those behaviors have been extinguished, we're not saying that disrespect, okay, let's say in the first quarter or in the second quarter, we had this spike. Then in the third quarter, we had it went down, it extinguished. negative reinforcement or the punishment was effective and the behavior was extinguished, but then something happened in the fourth quarter. Oh, now we're right back up and this is now the 10th offense. So you're going, no, we're now going to reset. You know that you know how to do that behavior again. What we're not doing any longer is creating this must do because it's the X number of offense. What we're doing is analyzing what is causing the behavior as well as what has been effective, especially if it was extinguished for a while. And we say then, okay, what's different?
Of the 69, it's an interesting that. Out of. Mentioned, but a little bit, but it's significant, which goes to show you're using different tools for this, which is good. And I like the absolute processes, place, but they're fine responsibilities, but. I'm just curious, of 69. And you don't have to be exact, is it like very few in the elementary schools, or in most of the high school?
It's spread out. It really goes in most cases by offense. So fights, assaults, so the most serious, where those are happening, that component, regardless of the grade, assuming outside of an IEP, tend to result in the most
So
out of
it's
school
not like
suspension.
Bad.
Correct.
Better.
Correct. Again, the data is there and once it gets published, so the high school had the highest in-school suspension. However, again, we redid the handbook, put out new operations, as well as I challenged Dr. McGarrett, or we talked about it. There was teacher detention, but that was on the teacher.
That's
So
right.
basically what we said is we challenged Dr. McGarrett and said, if you can live with one less sub a week, you could use those funds to do 2 days of after school detention that is not teacher dependent. You could pay someone to stay after school. And so what they did is they implemented after school detention 2 days a week. And until you served that detention, you were out of your extracurriculars. They also introduced a lunchtime suspension of eating in the cafeteria with your peers. So basically, quite frankly, I've had going back to my former life as an assistant principal, I used to have kids ask me for in-schools. Can I just have in-school suspension? I know you have a Saturday detention. What do you mean? Can I just do in-school? Or, oh, you skipped class, you're gonna be in in-school suspension. Oh, so the class that I didn't want to be at, you're gonna hold me out of? Is it a reward or is it a punishment? And so we took we looked at those dynamics and said, Dr. McGarrett tries, and Ms. Christine, try something different than in-school suspension. Here's some new tools for your toolbox. So it wasn't that kids weren't getting consequence, they were receiving different consequences. Which had that dramatic.
That's really to applaud for sure. That's just an insane number of difference to have such an impact on students staying in school, staying engaged. That's just great.
Yeah, and making sure that they're there receiving direct instruction and again, we'll dive into survey work, but without a decrease in reports of student of self-reports of feeling safe in school. Not everybody's gonna feel safe in school. But
Are those 33 of 39 repeat offenders?
So we do submit that report. I'm not prepared to publicly disclose that in terms of that analysis, but we do run reports by how many incidents did we have versus how many student, versus number of that's total number of suspensions. So it might be that one student had 3 in-school suspensions. And they would be.
Got it. So, do we have metrics that like to track other consequences and how are they effective, are they working? So I see the numbers gone down, it's great, but that's because you're introducing a different kind of consequence. So just curious if you have any way to understand that alternate consequence is having an impact Like how are we tracking that? So I wanna make sure if there's like an overall behavioral shift in people like that, I mean. How do we figure that out?
So what we'll be able to do is as part of this, it does go through as what the primary code is, and so we can say, okay, we can track year to year how many students, let's say, were suspended for fighting. So we can track those pieces down versus technology. We can do different pieces, we can track that. I'm hopeful that with our new or upgraded student information system, that we're gonna be able to run reports much. Our last system was very antiquated, take attendance and rent. It did what it needed to do to keep the building up and going. But in terms of using it for data analysis, this upgrade, hopeful that we'll be able to do that and won't need to rely on state reports. Currently, we're at state reports. I don't have that for detentions or phone calls home. We're gonna work with Doug and Team Thibodeau and to learn the new system. Reporting was highlighted as one of the key reasons for making this up. So in the future, not yet, so not yet.
Okay, yeah.
So. In other words. Youngster. Is being sent out in class. Or sent to the team or whatever the process is.
Should not be. That would be
Well,
teacher manager.
Trust me, yes, okay,
At least I thought, again, we worked over this,
Alright.
over last summer.
okay,
And we, Christina and Dr. McGarrett to go through all of these and go, okay, what is an appropriate teacher managed behavior, or expected to be a teacher managed behavior versus an administrative or dean handled?
okay, and my next question is. The teacher managed behaviors. You brought up. With the after school. Being paid to supervise detention, so. If I have an incident in my class with a student. And I tell them you have detention,
That would be with you as a teacher.
that comes to me, so where do those
That would-
after school paid people?
That was another tool, that was for the administrative and the dean.
Oh,
That tool,
alright,
we
alright,
added that tool to their toolbox,
to their, okay,
to their
alright.
toolbox.
I just wanted to clarify that. I am absolutely dumbfounded, yeah. This is phenomenal.
Yeah, thank you. However, we still have work to do. Okay, and I
There's
don't,
always work.
there's always work to do. And the one piece, especially as I'm putting this under the equity audit, is that again, 3 subgroups. And once this gets published to the state's data, like it was, so you can go back to previous years and chart out the offenses and see all of those. I'm just not comfortable disclosing that at this level until the state puts it out there as we submitted it. I'm happy to give you confirmed totals. So we'll obviously still have work to do. Again, we'll be able to disclose the N for these subgroups. But the one piece as it refers back to the equity audit is that right now, this is a big number. So as it pertains to the equity audit and how the equity audit is taught and how our strategic plan talks about rates. We're not at a rate yet. We haven't calculated the rate because West Ed, when they did the equity audit, when you read through, you're not going to see mentions of totals. You're going to see mentions about rates. We haven't set that rate, so usually it's the number of students or the number of suspensions per 100 students. In most cases, we might not have 100 students of different subgroups, but we can still factor in, we still have to calculate those rates. And so that will come up in that. But so it's not, the data I'm presenting does not directly align with the equity audit, except in what the equity audit is calling out, not how the equity audit presents it. However, it's the sheer mass and sheer volume, as well as what we can do in terms of N sizes of subgroups is so substantial that I want to. So I'd like to say, we're hopeful and we're going to continue So we've put in a lot of things, the review and revision of handbooks and procedures I've called out to him. The high school, we're gonna continue to do that with our elementary and middle schools. The implementation of alternative consequences, talking lunch, detention. We've had, again, a focus on student and family relationships and that outreach. How successful each one of these, we're still analyzing. And then again, you may remember that in the third quarter, we also sent administrators and deans and key folks to some restorative and professional development on restorative practices directly. So all of those combined, we believe are factoring into this. Last piece here, and this is the heaviest piece. So I led with some good news. And as I talk about this, and I put this up, this is the new snapshot, if you will, of survey works and how it can be presented. When we do that surface level analysis, it's kind of like, oh, it's a little more blue than red in most cases. And okay, we see hopefully those trends and okay, quite frankly, that school belonging, okay, we'd like that to be higher. It is something that we talk about in our district strategic plan. Student teacher relationships, well, if we focused on it, yeah, I'd like to see it go up more than a decline. So again, there's still work to do. We're just getting this data. But what
Yeah, I was gonna ask the same.
Does that mean it's going
so
down, so it's positive?
this is students' beliefs about. So what we'll be able to do, and I can show this to you, is when I'm going to be able to click on that, it will show you the specific questions. It will show you the trend, or anybody the trend of that question. Generally, absenteeism is the belief that missing what is considered chronically absent. How much do students know or believe that that will actually happen? So missing, let's do it. So. And I am able to publicly present this in your ride. So as I scroll down, we're in students. So this is now, so traditionally, so you can, well, if you want to see both. So right now, here's the spring student. This should look familiar. I took a screenshot of. And so if I go, oh, absenteeism, what are we talking about in the new portal? We can then go in, look at the change over time, but now we get into questions. So ultimately that, so students who miss at least 2 days of school a month can hurt your grades.
So kind of to even expand upon that, because that doesn't really, so that's the question.
Yep.
What is the answer, like, oh, which amount, okay. So the number is going up, we want to.
So we have more students.
That's what I'm-
We have yep. So we have more.
It's not that.
Right.
It looks like absenteeism is going up, and no, their belief that absenteeism
Is a problem.
is going.
Their knowledge of the fact that being absent, if you're not in school, you can't learn what's being taught in school as well. That positive, that belief has gone up, went up 8% this year, it's not. But again, with all things survey works, quite only these factor in. So if I say somewhat, and again, when we get to the high school, it's kind of or middle school, like, yeah, somewhat. Well, I've got 8 different teachers and maybe it affects this one and maybe or even if it's half and half. Okay, well, what do I put as an answer? So, this is where work that we're going to be doing with the Lieber Institute, talking with students and conducting what they call empathy interviews and or focus groups is going to give us our
So those numbers and momentous is, survey.
yes, 411. 400, so this is just the element, so grades 3 through 5. We had 411 across all schools. Principals can, and we can go into different schools. The only problem is once we start to break out into other schools, we might not get as reporting, especially when it comes to subgroups, because we're not hitting it's confidential at the school level because that the number doesn't qualify. But if
So I think, or I guess I wanna turn this into a question. Is there a way that this can be like broadcast or presented, brought to the attention of the parents? Because and this is what sticks in my mind, and this young man is now a teacher, and he's a social science teacher. He was a lovely young man when I had him 2 years in a row in high school, but he was absent all the time. Like, I'm talking like 2 days a week. And so one time it got to a certain number in my Facebook where I kept track of attendance. And I called his mother. And she said, I don't understand why you're calling me, Ms. Crusoe. He makes up all his work, doesn't he? I said, absolutely. But his grade in my class is a B. He's an A student. But he makes up every single thing that he misses and does it in a timely fashion. What he cannot make up, and I can't recreate for him, is the class discussion that took place. The question that the kid asked, the other student in the class asked, that he might have had the same question and didn't even know he had a question. And the discussion about various problems, and the kid didn't miss another day that year, but I mean, that mom was trying to do her best, but not comprehending, well, if he makes up all his work, why is his absence a problem?
Yeah, and in all of these, in terms of regardless of what we're looking at, we need to yes, identify what's working and what has the largest impact. We're gonna need to it is everything from home communication. It is relationships with students. It is student engagement and wanting to be in that class and active learning. It is, okay, yes, I'm actively learning, but is this worth my time? Am I interested in this? Do I see the value that this has? So we need to take a look at everything. What this is going to do is going to help us identify, okay, what do we keep doing? What are some areas that we need to try doing differently? And again, to draw it back to the equity audit, I want people to know is that what we're not doing is we are not going, yeah, things are going up. Yeah, we're trending in the right direction. Let's keep on doing what we're doing and move on to the next thing and just keep on doing what we're doing. And then these trends will continue. We now have, and it's called out in the equity audit, as well as just best practice, but we now are getting tools. So what this will allow us to do, why I bring this up, is that, so I'm gonna go to our high school.
This is all schools, or is this just?
So that, right now, this is just elementary. I'm gonna jump to secondary.
But that's just.
No, I'm sorry, that's Rhode Island.
This is just South Kingstown. And so when I go to just South Kingstown, and I'll make sure that that's in there, because here, South Kingstown, I don't have access.
Oh, okay.
So here's South Kingstown, that's us, there's the same numbers. Here's as it pertains to the equity audit. Watch the arrows. I can stop right there. We
We have a lot of work to do.
We have a lot of work to do.
And I'm curious, are we? So I think one of the frustrations that I personally have from from the results of the equity audit and what's happening with schools is like, we're working on the equity audit. What does that mean? You know, like, so are there certain behaviors or certain indicators, or I'm gonna use school safety instead of arbitrary example. Because I think that that goes hand in hand with school belonging and value of schooling and student well-being, and so if I don't feel safe going into school. Then all the other things go along with it, and I'm not learning, and I'm not. So when it comes to feeling safe in the school, is there a particular indicator or behaviors that we are focused on and have like a metric to show there's improvement in this, and we can show that by X, Y, Z, or are we just relying solely on like survey data and graduation rates, and like how are we wording it?
What we are going to be doing is beginning at this next month's.
Great question, because how do we solve it, right?
Yep. So we first need to go, hey, we're doing all of these random things. Is it having a positive effect? And like the equity audit calls for, and again, like let's keep on drilling down. And it should be working for all kids. Is it working for all, or we hope that it's working? Is it? No. Again, it's not. And we need to continue to account for that. And tell us why we think that is. And hear from students who feel that. And so what we have beginning at next month's administrative summit, so the leadership team summer workshop will be facilitated by the Lieber Institute. And we are going to be putting in what they call the power framework. We're gonna dig it, all the principals have access to that framework. They're analyzing it for their school, we'll look at it. We are going to dive into that and through their facilitation, ultimately be trained on how to conduct and go through a process by which we are going to come up with solutions to make sure, though, that we are including student voice in the process. So specifically, they're going to get trained on running empathy interview, as well as how to facilitate focus groups, so that we can not just say, hey, whoever shows up, how can we have conversations with students and get to that, what's working or why doesn't this work? Ultimately, tell us about your experience. Tell me about an experience that made you feel unsafe. And do.
How are they getting those kids? Because if I don't feel safe, why am I gonna feel safe going to talk to them?
Well, so that's something that we have to work on. We're gonna start by putting it out there, by making sure that it's being done. By having.
So we all know from reading the equity audit that we needed professional development on all of the and so this is where it starts, to give them the tools to be able to form relationships with students, because that's what they have to do is you know, adults need to connect with students, and to Paula has spoken a lot about this, which I really appreciate, that who's the adult that your students can go to and feel safe with. And so when you read the equity audit, it's like you have to have professional development around those. And so I think it's great that it starts with the administrators to push this down. I'll let you go on to it, but I think it's a great starting point, and we really reading the equity audit and understanding what everything.
Really, what it's going to come down to is that putting this in place and then making it happen And those students who either took a risk and didn't trust us, but then did or do, is that we go back and as we go through this iterative process, that we go back and go, hey, I heard you. When I, and involve them in this process, and we have that in our strategic plan. And ultimately, we can take it at surface level and go, oh, all right, kids and families are gonna be involved in two major decisions. Okay, where prom is gonna be is not a major decision. But we, should we have longer passing times? Well, maybe, because I mean, that's a little bit better, but we need to make good, or we need to go back and show that we're listening, that we understand, or that we understand it's a problem, that we empathize, that we're going to do something about it. And then depending on what we're going to do about it reflects who we're trying to improve, what we're trying to improve the experience on, and then go back to them and go, we did this and we did it because of what you said. What do you think? Or what's your experience now? Have things improved? And with that, not only do we improve the relationship, we build the trust, and we're adding in the student and family voice. So
Across all schools that have been teams from all of our schools are all together doing this, and they're getting the same playbook and they're getting the same guardrails.
everybody.
There's a round table talking about, a round table for family engagement, get.
In order to feel comfortable doing this, in order to,
Before you can do the round table, you have to learn how to fuck people.
Right, I understand that, but I'm curious if this is, I heard you bring up the strategic thing. Which I haven't laid eyes on it, so I don't know what that strategic thing looks like. But I would be excited if this was a part of that. Along with other things, I know that the trauma informed has taken place right after end of our school year. But it's stuff like this that continues to compile information as tools for our educators to be able to use this. And I think that's the important piece, is having this toolbox of, if this doesn't work, then we have this, but then we try this, right? And I think I heard you say that you have been doing some of that.
we are, and full disclosure, it's now year 3. And we just been year 2, as for us has gone, and we all work too hard to get results that I showed, and I'll bring them up again. We all work too hard, so we have to do something different. It can't be, hey, if you read my newsletter, maybe you picked up on this technique. We realize that we're doing something about it, but at the same time, once we take all administrators potentially doing this, and we start with students, but then, okay, what are school improvement teams actually asked to do? Okay, now, once I'm comfortable with this, once I'm doing this, can I now bring that to school improvement teams? Can I now, also, especially when it comes to trust and relationships, like it or not, whether they're there or not, is we're gonna do this, and I'm doing this with the administrators. And we will be taking part, and we will be, whatever it is, so we're gonna go through this process, and I have ideas of what I want to do, but I also wanna see where they take us. And in some of their cases, it's like, let's not make up an idea of what you wanna do and now try to fit this inside the box. Let's go through this process, because you might hear from, Principal Rapport, and you might hear from Dr. Carson and go, oh, wow, I didn't think about that. Now I want to do this. So what will go on is we'll get trained in this process. There will be ongoing coaching throughout the first semester. What we'll also be doing is we will also be having our administrators shadow a student in a different school for the day. to go through as close to. You're never gonna go through their lived experience, but so that we can get that, hey, I was in your school. We trust each other, we're here as professionals, here's what my day was like as a student. And we're gonna put those pieces out there so that we're widening our perspectives. I'm happy to come back, but because Paula brought it up, you promised last time that we reassure or we promise it is not a one and done. In terms of our trauma informed training, we are actually bringing in a expert to not only start the school year with in terms of the keynote, because it's everybody's responsibility, but then to also lead breakout groups in the morning. And ultimately, what we're going to be doing, both as teachers and as schools, there's a trauma informed, or she calls the 4I rubrics. And you go through and you basically do an analysis of your own teaching and your school. And you're basically going, okay, here are a whole bunch of practices. If I'm doing these things, you walk in the door and I'm yelling at you because you're late. Okay, that's probably a trauma inducing practice. Is it trauma indifferent? Is it I'm yelling at you and see your reaction and oh, okay, you're just having a bad day. Okay, oh, do I do it and not do it? Oh my gosh, I shouldn't do it, but I did it. Now let me restore that practice. Or am I finding out ahead of time where we're at and making sure that I'm not doing it? And so we're doing that ultimately so that teachers can do this individually and that ultimately principals can lead their schools into analyzing. And it might be, hey, when it comes to my classroom management, oh shoot, I'm trauma indifferent. But yet in terms of my outreach to parents, oh, I'm trauma invested. But we're going to hear from the expert. We're going to continue the dialogue. And again, this is everybody. So they do.
Full day.
Full day, everybody must attend on the professional development day, on the election day. This is how we're looking.
I just wanna highlight that there is a, 5-moving thing, and it is trauma sensitive. Trauma. Trauma aware, trauma sensitive, trauma.
What was the first one you said?
Aware. Because the way I'm taught is that you have to be aware of what the traumas are.
Yep.
First, right, in order to be able to determine whether you're inducing, being indifferent. Informed and invested is more on the lines at the bottom of the bone, and that is when you are able to teach it, so to speak, right? So we're not at the we don't expect our educators to be at the bottom of that. However, we do expect them to be at the top. Because we're all learning what it means to be these things, right? We wanna try to be informed, we wanna be, but we also wanna be aware. We wanna know when we're saying, we wanna know when we're being indifferent to somebody's trauma just because it doesn't look the way we think it should look, right? And so I don't wanna take up a lot of time, but I did want to highlight that there is 5 other, and I guess it depends on where it's coming from, to be taught from whatever institution, but from the one I've been learning, but there's 5.
I was gonna say, it sounds very similar, it just happens to be missing the aware, this piece.
It does, it is missing that, and you know, again, like I said, it was first.
Yeah.
For us.
Yeah, I'm curious, and I might be jumping ahead. And you can not, tell me to, right? So what if I'm a teacher and I think this is stupid? But I have to do it, this is mandated, I have to do it, I'm gonna go through it and, okay, check. And then I go back to my class and I do what I want. Is there any sort of follow-up? Is there any sort of like address, like, hey, did you not? And again, we want to be also trauma aware, because our teachers are have trauma, I have trauma, we have trauma, this past couple of years has been very traumatic for many of us. So I'm curious if there is, at the end of this, is there then a follow-up? Because this should be a non-negotiable, 100% across the board, all of our classrooms should be following the same rules.
Yes.
And we know that that does not traditionally happen. How do we enforce it?
So
How do we, as a school committee, have policy in place to make sure that our teachers are following this?
So ultimately, that falls on this responsibility of the building principals and educational leaders that when we see these things happening, that we're addressing that there's no more, well, I didn't know, or I wasn't trained, or I didn't know, those excuses are gone. It also means that we then take we take these and crosswalk them with the educator evaluation system that says, hey, if you're automatically a 1, or you're going on an improvement plan. If we see these things, and that correlates with our classroom observations.
So we need policy in place. It is for us, because here's, so I wanted to be clear,
Evaluation.
but I want to be clear, as a school committee, that's not our job. As a school committee, our job is to create policy and make sure it's being informed. It's their job and it's the principals, but what if the principals aren't doing it? So there has to, in order for it to be implemented with fidelity in our classrooms, there has to be policy around it.
So I don't think it's necessarily a policy, I don't know how you put it into a policy, but we put it into a goal to our administrators, to the superintendent. That these things will be happening in our school. And we make smart goals, we find ways, and instead of those black arrows or pointing down, that is an improvement, then we know this is having an effect. But yes, we have to put guardrails in place that we know it's happening, we've got to follow it. Yeah.
So otherwise it's not gonna
Well,
happen.
and we
With
can
fidelity.
activate.
We need to have this, we also need to get into a place now too, that we're supporting those.
I don't care what-
Courageous conversations.
No,
I mean,
Something.
It's ultimately that all of these, everything that we do work together, and then once we know, we can't excuse it away. Once we know, then I, as your evaluator principal, I expect you to do something about this. I will have your back. Yes, then let's do the, let's do the grievance, because that's worth fighting for. And we've got your back. And once again, even if we think we're not doing it, we're working. We're working.
Say that Jen she's been very patient.
Yeah.
I know I'm in the audience, so I'm
Yeah.
trying to. And I know there's a lot of material.
You gotta stand
Yeah,
up
and it's every,
and push it.
jump baddies.
Did you want to finish
So-
what you were saying?
The one piece that I would say is that ultimately, that if we were doing it, this wouldn't. Don't tell me that you're reaching out to every student at home. And because we wouldn't see this. Okay, so show me what else. Okay, so let's try something else. Now you have permission to take risks. Now you've got, hey, these ideas or things that you thought are out there are too crazy. They're worth trying because what we're doing isn't working. So let's try iterative things to improve upon this so that we're not doing this.
And it's not a one-day thing, this is ongoing professional development throughout the year.
For my question, if you want to go back to that slide, that'd be great. So this is where my questions for sure came up. So I'm just giving more of the parent audience and the kind of reaction to this, which is this feels very educator and administrator to me as a parent, where I'm like, how does this those red arrows. Can you explain to me how this changes the culture in the schools?
Yeah.
And I'm making that comment because I feel like it's an important thing for everyone in here to think about when we're talking to the parents, to the community, to the kids. I can't tap into power yet. I don't understand this acronym on where you're going with this. There have to be some simpler words when change, I think, where we can tap into it a little more emotionally around like what needs to change in the culture of the schools for certain groups to feel more safe and more welcome. I would like to see more of that kind of conversation, which I know is uncomfortable sometimes because we have to talk explicitly about the groups who maybe get left out, and name them and say who they are. But I feel like that would be really helpful if you're gonna roll out ideas like this wider community for people to understand what is the administrative level really. What are you doing exactly? To me, this is like a philosophy, but not what I think is the best. I just wanted to share.
I appreciate that.
Experience.
And because it's targeted to our administrators to go to do this and then go, okay, what's in place? How close to what we are, what you at your building or you and your education or your team, how close to it you are? Is this brand new for you? Is this, yeah, we've done this before and then, yeah, that's great, but when all of a sudden it hits the road, you're not going to support me. So I need to find out where every building administrator is go through this together and do that experience with them before we then say, okay, and now we're going to then take this to our grade level teams, or now we're going to take this to our departments, and now we're going to take this to our school improvement. We need to go through this iterative process so that one, we're forcing those difficult conversations that the data is there and we're doing it together and we're doing something about it together. And so we have that mutual support for one another. So even if I can't, we can all work together because we're going to try and tackle something that we've all come up with or help identify with one another. It might be different at different schools. It might be, well, for my school at an elementary school, I'm going to try this. Oh, well, I already have that in place at this school, so I'm going to try something different. And so I can't say in terms of communicating to how this would scale or go to the community, because right now it isn't, that's not the target audience. Target audience is making sure that everyone here knows that we're looking at the data, we're going to continue to dig into the data. There's data that is unacceptable, whether it be morally or from a work ethic standpoint, and we're going to do something about it. We might try and do something about it, but it might not work. It might not have it, but we're going to then come back to it. And if we now have a process that we can all go through as a true administrative team, not just, yeah, I'm a principal too, and yeah, I've got my degree in administration and educational leadership, so you know, okay, let's talk out, hey, what are your budget priorities? No, we're talking about, okay, how are we all looking at and going through improving our schools, improving the experience from students and sharing those in a structured way so that we have that common language.
So you're agreeing on what the issues are together so that you can kind of say, at least, like, what do we have in common in our buildings? And then you're saying, let's talk together about interventions, but we're gonna individualize them to the communities that we are all.
That we're responsible for, and that we have that locus of control.
So, yes, so to go back to my comment, like being able to shrink it down even into 2 or 3 little sentences like that, which I know you're doing this huge project, it's hard, that was very helpful to me to understand, like, we're getting together to like look at the problem we already know we have from data. And then we're gonna work on, this is to get to the interventions, right? Because that's what I've been kind of curious about, the strategic plan, responding to the audit, it's like, what exactly interventions? So this step is to get you there.
Yep, and this is to get us there, and it's directly aligned to, okay, we need professional development, so they call out specifically professional development. They call out administrators and data. And using data in a succinct, regular protocol to go through that. This is directly as a result of those, of not only doing our organic look at the data, but doing so in a more structured way, because for the past 2 years or year, over the last year, we did so in a informal way, in a, hey, this is what we believe. Keep doing it, do these things and we'll get great results. We're not measuring if people are doing them, we're not. But what we do know is as a result, students aren't having the type of experience we would want for our own children. So let's do something about it. Let's go through this process to figure out what it is. What it is different in each school. And I'm not going to say, oh, it's gotta be every elementary school has to have a student leadership team. Maybe they do, that's up to them, that's where even my idea of what I think I wanna do, I need to let go of and try this process to see if it takes me someplace potentially with that. So that's what,
About 5 minutes, so if you, I don't know if you got, or that,
so I just wanna highlight on this one, last time we talked, in one and done, was also, hey, bring in experts from outside. We're bringing in the person who literally is writing the different editions and wrote the books, at least in terms of where professional development organizations, teachers and education leaders, we heard you, we're doing that. This is again, not just, oh, we did this school year, it's gonna be always going, always promoting best practice and reminding and or instructing of best practice is always going to be going on. Equity audit. But our equity audit, we want to dive into it. When we dive into that data from survey works, that's a whole other piece, because when we go into this student well-being and we start to play with some of these, the new tools that are going to be available to us, or that are now available to us, we're also going to come up with different problems, potentially different solutions. Because we have also different tools as well as used to take weeks and, oh, I don't know, spreadsheets, and maybe that's the assistant superintendent, anybody can do this. So, make sure.
Mr. President, if you don't mind, I have a couple of questions on that. The one you were the speaker on the previous slide. So the rubric that you have here, we're gonna roll that into the teacher evaluations.
What I was saying is that ultimately, when we've now, at the end of this past school year and to start next school year, we have given professional development on, we'll be able to take those things that we know are on that rubric and are unacceptable and go and be able to call them out, identify them and know that they're there, and then go into the evaluation instrument and go, if those things are present, I'm not going to see this. Or I'm going to be able to say, if I see that, guess what? That's this on the rubric, that's written differently. But that's what you're doing, and that is not just you're cold calling on a student who obviously knows the answer, isn't just a questioning strategies problem. It's a bigger problem. It's a respect for students, right? It would be a respect for students. It would be not only is it because of what you're doing on your professional level, but what we're doing to those students and making sure that they.
So this day, this is going to take place on the
Election day, so that's the Wednesday,
on the
September.
but yeah, the primary election.
I know, yes.
Okay, and you said everybody's required to come, so who does that mean? All teachers, all administrators,
Paraprofessionals,
TAs,
educators.
yeah, okay. And
This,
not our means.
in the past, we've had them, it depends on the topic. So we had everybody for the fact that we were focusing in on physical safety, we were making sure that everybody was involved in that. But in terms of get the school day ready, to get the schools ready, they'll all be opened. Now, again, I can't say that people won't get sick or take personal days, but This is
Yeah,
our one.
and so, all right, so you have a plan in place for the. On that day, right? Okay, my last question, I think, well, just for this minute, not for the chat. Is.
Yeah, we're always invited to the professional development day and.
Except you, James, you're, gotta stand up in front of the whole.
Well.
Yeah, so this will
Yeah, I'll
take,
talk to you later, about.
so like 8:30 on 9/9 at South Kingstown High School auditorium.
8:30 in the morning.
So it's 12:15, we're gonna break for lunch for half an
I
hour,
have 8. but
So, we're gonna call it back, set back at 12:45. Right,
So what do we do, recessing for lunch?
because
You want hummus? It's very limited stuff. So that's what that do.
Hurry up, get to that.
I'm my entire life.
Hey,
What did
But you can watch. You can watch. We want to see how I.
Hey, by what you heard?
We've had,
It's fine.
we've done this for large parties that are out. That's
Because they're at.
what we'll scans to.
Well, I bet.
It's like. Which one is?
Well, that's.
Yeah. I think it's fatality.
Yes, well, it's very, my generation, it was just like.
Must have, maybe we have to write about that.
Yeah. It was on.
My next trial. Yep. That again. And.
It's not something how that happened. Yeah, just there was.
Generation.
Alright. The hummus is gone. There was so little hummus, it's gone. Yeah.
Where was
No, I took it off.
Hopefully, that's it.
That would feel old, yeah, old forties. We had close, and we all went, we only had 11, so we were very low.
Yeah, because they're all.
I was just gonna say that. It's a little. It's more fun.
Do it.
Yeah.
Yes.
I was like, there's no dogs. What? They found a lake of garden.
That's good.
When we get back,
You take that.
Yeah.
No, no, they.
I think great. Oh, this is.
Now.
Yeah.
I won't call us.
Yeah. Not by much. Not by much. By much, yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, well, I did.
Oh,
I'm the oldest. Well, what's over, yeah, Stacy, she's qualitative.
Right.
So, you know. He was great for my age.
Yeah, no, that.
By my.
Yes.
No, we never heard that.
Just-
No,
People are not, you would never have met those people.
no.
That's what Michelle's gonna say.
Yeah, so, I was actually my brother. So, they might put on the path.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, that's probably.
By the way.
Great press there.
Yeah.
My other brother now.
They are. It's such a. Oh, yeah, well, that's good. Sorry.
See, something that's being sick.
That's okay, Steve. And that's the situation.
I like, so I just kind of like, casually going out, spend 5 minutes, I'll leave.
Yes, no?
I just moved this. Yeah, so I don't.
All right.
I was like, all right, we'll browse it down, look at this. My house is like
Okay. Oh, I see, yeah.
Yeah.
Go to the pool, so.
Yeah, okay.
Go to the pool, come on over.
That you were living there.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Go to the
Yeah.
pool.
Over there.
Yeah, yeah.
So I meant, I was talking about you and.
We'll see.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, like that from. So we're one of them. Oh, boy, like, that's where, I had younger friends when I was young, I was on there, yeah, but, junior high. Then, my oldest brother moved in, that's where. Yeah, yeah, it was a great neighborhood to grow up in.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I'll see.
Yeah.
So I was thinking, I would take all out.
Yeah.
Hopefully they'll still say.
I don't know what they were trying to.
Those girls have been selling to the world.
Yeah,
It's still like a little numbers, yeah, it's like a job.
yeah, Kyle and I are doing it. Like that.
Yeah.
So that's gonna be.
No, that is for the.
Is this all?
Yeah.
Still admiring.
That. I bet.
I just see that.
Yep. And you'll be out there for 2 weeks.
I'll be on there for 11 days. It's just that by the 2 years.
That's how you buy it.
Monday, that's tonight. Take 3 days.
Oh, all right.
Which is 7 days.
Exactly.
So it's Tuesday, Wednesday.
Oh, yeah. Good enough.
Do you still have that fire thing? Is this pucker fires? Do you have it on your phone? Fire what?
Oh, I do. I have a bunch
Yeah, I somehow it gives me the unconscious what I get a warning that fire and I start to feel and if I'm just from California friends, they're like, cool it, we don't worry until it's closer to 10 miles.
Yeah.
Really? Really?
That's it, try to drive it home. No, I said last name.
North of LA. Yeah. She is, lives in East LA, works south of LA.
I'm back to recess. And we have a 2027, 2028 budget planning and preparation. So we kind of made a minute to start the budget process earlier. So I wanted to have this conversation to kind of just, it's not about the budget numbers or anything like that, or about where we start the process, how early we want to meet council, where we want to show them like, we need to press on them where we're at going in, because that was, well, they didn't understand where we were, so that happened. If you go in a direction, we think more to go in. So in order to do that, we want to go in early, tell them where we really are at, and have, I feel like we're in a good place for the town council because it is collaborative. So that's good, but we need to do better, and we started doing better, right? Starting earlier. So,
Yeah, I just prepared some things that we know already, and it's already becoming as clear as mud, unfortunately or fortunately, or just some reminders. So based on the end of school year last year, because we're projecting level enrollment, I don't have up to date because again, that system is still rebooting and we're behind on kindergarten, any registrations that may have come in while the system is down. So I'm presenting just a reminder of where we ended last school year. That we're in this current school year, level enrollment, we'll see if that changes. We did have a state aid reduction. One brand new piece that is still now under appeal. This is brand new, but it is still not settled yet. This is actually related to the city of Warwick bringing suit against other school districts saying that state aid was CTE payments were miscalculated. So in the commissioner's decision, and we'll go deep into this, previously we were sending per pupil, and that, and again, minus capital costs. So there's a certain one, but previously we were doing this and everybody in the state is doing this as well, including Warwick as well. However, there's another part, and I believe it's under like CTE transportation. It's like a subsection of it where they say that tuition is supposed to be the average of the sending and receiving districts. Tuition. The average. So yes, that's
Really hot.
yeah. Now, So we've started doing some preliminary calculations. We don't know what next year, we don't know what our numbers will be definitively next year. We're pretty close to a break even, and I just want to show you briefly. Again, I know we're not meant, because this could be its own presentation out there. So this is the latest per pupil for 2027. We are at 21,203 or $5,300 per quarter. Now, yes, we're high compared to everywhere else. However, we have the greatest number of students attending Narragansett. And they are higher for that. However, we do have enough in many cases, especially because our second highest is Cheraho, which is 13,900. So even though there are less students, and the next would be then North Kingstown, which is also lower than us, that we're not seeing a windfall if it were to go to, we're projecting moving forward. I believe
$50,000 at $50,000.
at the very least, RIDE gave guidance to moving forward, do this calculation this way, with the average. Whether, I believe it's because they're encouraging, because everybody is making this decision, kind of like, okay, stop. And now let's because we were all doing it wrong, let's all stop doing it that way and now do it the right way and wash our hands of it. How every community feels about that and how far back they want to go to redo all of these calculations.
I'm
remains to be seen.
surprised Warwick had that now, because they're relatively low.
I will remind the folks that we are involved in that, but it is not through Attorney Henius because he represents Warwick and so he's conflicted out. And so Attorney Jeff Soa has the district's interest.
Something's really high for cost.
Is
Warwick is low for Providence.
Providence? Yeah.
Yeah.
It's all on, it's like, we do like arts time.
How is Providence $4,000?
Because it's state.
Oh,
Yeah,
that's
that
right.
was,
Yeah,
It's
but
not, it's the local share.
the city is getting the
Yes.
district back, right?
I
yeah.
believe it's because it's the local share.
Okay.
So that's changed.
So can I just ask this question because I'm curious? Because they're saying that everybody was coming wrong.
Mhm.
Does the miscalculation of that, how does it impact or not impact the district as a whole in dollars?
Right, we don't know yet because it's also being appealed. We don't know if based on, again, what RIDE's decision is, again, there's some legalese and I'm sure it could be its own, and the chart will bring Attorney Soa in to give the full explanation when we can get to that part. My general understanding of it is because everybody was doing it incorrectly, RIDE is urging everyone to say, past be the past, do it correctly moving forward. What the impact on us will be, I don't know yet, because we need to recalculate this year's numbers and which districts we're sending it to.
So I guess my question is, does that mean that you have to pay more, or you should have everything less?
It depends. So if we're talking about Narragansett, we will be paying more. We will be paying more for our students to attend Narragansett. We will be paying less to other communities. In other communities because we're averaging our high number with their lower number, which will bring down that average.
What about the state schools? Can you remind me how that's done?
State school is
I know it's done differently.
that's the per pupil. That's the local count. That's the state school. There's a set rate that they look for their tuition cost. Because they're not splitting it with any other communities. They're the state.
What is that, this up here, that's in place right now, is that back on savings?
No, it will not impact, it should not impact state aid, or we have no indication of that yet, to my knowledge.
So,
Okay,
I
so,
am,
yeah, please.
you gotta jump in.
Yeah.
It's crazy.
It's been a while. It's been a while. Between that and my classroom, my cold calling strategies and my classroom management obviously needs some work.
Okay, so, the out of district total of 240, that's total students out there. Of those charter, I have two questions. One has to do with the charter CTE state. How many of those, based on what we just learned in terms of our transportation costs being different? There's no.
Private.
That's private, so that's, okay, so that's different. So the other part is, we heard at least 6 times this morning from Attorney O'Gara about the whole concept of per student, right? And if you go back to that slide where you're talking about per student. There.
Yep.
Like, what's a better formula or a better way of looking? Because is our enrollment down in the same proportion than these other towns that might have more or less of the per student dollar attached to them?
So these, because it's in terms of local, it's generally, I believe it's because of local share. We are down and for 2 reasons. One is that we did have, as he was correct, in that we lost close to a third.
Yeah.
Technically, only Little Compton, I believe, was higher than during the pandemic years than South Kingstown. Even Woonsocket, Providence, we had a greater percentage of loss. That paired up with, when we go back to the funding formula, with the rising values of coastal properties, that then made our ability to pay increased while going, so our state aid decreased. That put pressure on the local dollars, losing state dollars that were supported for a while with federal dollars. We then also have the rising home values, which all coastal communities have, which we talked about last fiscal cycle, and the impact of that on the funding formula, which then again drives up that local share. So again, let's hope, New Shore, so block out and doesn't open the CTV. But this will go through. So this mirrors what we discussed on coastal communities. Jamestown, you see at 22.37. They also don't have high school, so they push out. Little Compton at 29. So again, the coastal, Portsmouth, South Kingston.
And that's Title I students too, probably.
Depending on the community, yes.
Yes.
Which would then be impacting federal aid dollars coming through and or some bonus on the state funding that we would get for Title I as well as MLL, ELL donors.
Scroll up to the top of the headers. Why, like, what are the 2 columns?
Mayoral Academy rates. So that's just one of those things that as we jump into this, even before this school year starts, our FY 27, we're gonna need to recalculate in a way that we've never done it. Is it advantageous for us? Is it a problem for us? It still depends. We'll see where those students are going.
And the General Assembly is working on that proposal that came out of.
We'll get,
Okay.
I'm gonna get to that.
I'm
So,
jumping ahead, sorry.
no problem. So a reminder, again, I think I mentioned before, about
May I interrupt?
70%, 80% go to salaries.
Interrupt.
I'm sorry. I have a question for the group. Hello, everyone. Congratulations. Thank you. Appreciate it. Okay. I just need to ask if anyone's gonna be going in and out of the building. The downstairs door is locked. I can move my location if people need to keep coming in and
Yes,
out.
it needs to be open.
It's an open
Okay.
meeting.
Got it.
Thank you. I
You're
appreciate it. So salaries, benefits, again, that benefit bump up.
All right, I'll go.
So negotiation wise, Council 94 is set. We're still to be determined on SKESP for this year. Then again, in FY 28, NEASK is to be determined, and every year admin exempt is a percentage that's determined annually. Here are the averages. Healthcare average, the average increase for healthcare is 8.71 since FY 24. However, we know that this current school year was largest at 12.06. Our average over the past 3 years for dental has been 4.1, but we again know in FY 27 that more than doubled. Retirement rates have been somewhat stable, but we'll see where that goes with the state. So ERS, which is the teacher retirement, our local share is the average is 14.76, and we got a little bit of a sit. So we're at 14.75. MERS is 13.03 is the average since FY 24, and we're currently at 12.79. This also doesn't come out, and last time we talked about this was before I got here, or as I was getting here 2 years ago, when the state said, hey, here's more state aid, but then they messed with these rates, and we actually lost more money in the aids. In terms of things that FY 28 need to consider. Capital improvement project. We have approximately 1 year plus left on the last capital improvement plan that RIDE is reimbursing on. Here are from that approval in 2023, here are just the projects that are still on there of $1 million or more. Again, we've in what this body put a gavel down on last was, again, over the past 2 years, we want to prioritize roofing and HVAC. We have since had to put a roof on here at Broad Rock, and have done so. And we're actually, Mr. Adams is out there taking a look at roofs today. Overall,
Those things are already on the list.
they're already on the, that we
By
could get,
RIDE.
if we did any of these, we would get reimbursed at the 35%.
Do we have a deadline on finishing them?
We will have it, we have I believe it is December of 2027. And we will have a 5-year capital improvement plan, 5-year that RIDE will redo all of these. They've already come in. This is the work that Mr. Ferrucci is helping to lead and get us started with, working with Mr. Adams, so that not only for our capital improvement plan this year and next year to be presented, that we're well positioned to get that final report going through. And so you'll get a memo update of that shortly, as well as in our August meeting, Mr. Ferrucci will give a full update to the committee.
Thank you.
Yep. Fiscal considerations, again, potential for state aid revision of funding formula that was pushed to a committee. Given the dollars that they're calling for, it's gonna be tough to see them doing that in 1 year. Even if they do it and there's the political will, it's more than likely gonna need to be stretched out over time. But that's from the blue panel. Again, the state legislator put it down there. We don't know how long the town will assume those OPEB obligations. That is about $750,000 of an obligation for us. We are currently in FY 27 slated to use approximately $1 million from our fund balance that we budgeted and knew about. However, we're still waiting on our surplus dollars from last school year and how we use them in this fiscal year, which goes back to enrollment, which will also go back to those capital improvement projects. We don't know what we're also going to have a new high school opening. We're also going to have new fields opening, but we're also going to have a building being demolished. And so we have to deal with parking and logistics and where do we put everybody. We're starting to work on that, but that might be another cost, but we'll see. God only knows what the General Assembly is going to come up with, how much longer they'll put things down the road, such as high quality curriculum that you must buy or professional development you must do. That's always there. And then again, capital improvements and housing aid, again, is still to be determined once we figure out what we can do this year with housing aid funds and then what would be reimbursed moving forward. So that's, yep, so that was it, that's all I got. Yep. But things for you to discuss.
What I would what did we do this year that was a structural deficit when I went to our next budget cycle? $2 million not fund balance, somewhere that's a million. We have to pay the overhead of 700,000. It includes state aid and about 300,000. We're going in 2 million less. So we're already 2 million. And that's what I think, and which, and could be more, given the cost. I think there's a little bit of. We do know that we ended the year surplus, is that right?
So we just got the final billing for transportation. Once those will processed and close out that encumbrance, that'll give us a much clearer picture. That's our biggest encumbrance as they open. They are still working on the payroll encumbrances. And now that that last payroll has been processed, we'll put 2 days in June, fiscal 26, those encumbrances close. So I will better picture sometime this week.
So, but I'm not asking for a dollar amount, but are we ending in a surplus position? So there may be a little surplus.
The other piece of that that is contributing to that is, with all of the changes on the federal level, things got delayed. And so Medicaid for a little bit reimbursement, actually the provider that we go to, the third party that we file with, it's like, nope, we're not filing anything for a while, so hold off. So that's all been delayed and an exceptional job that Dr. Carson does with her staff, Medicaid billing. I think we have some, I believe we're gonna have some positive things that we didn't know because one, federal government, I don't know, we're funding this, you're being withheld, it's late, it's not, so that's coming in late as well, that's further contributing to our, we're not sure what the dollar amount is.
That's all purpose.
And that, yes, and that could, and we can't count on that though, given the federal government and Medicaid reimbursement changes that we've done an exceptional job of billing and getting reimbursed at rates that we've never seen before. How long we can count on those dollars though, as well as do we have students who qualify with services that qualify for that reimbursement, also varies year to year.
So this is kind of the information that we need to give to the town council. So what is everybody's thoughts about time to use that?
When they went peaceful verification.
So we have, and I want to get it short up, maybe in writing, but they have verbally agreed to, and the fund is already there. They have a reserved fund in the town that is sitting there for a while. Earmarked for capital improvements to the school buildings. So any reimbursement that we have on money that our projects like rock roof. must be
You
the
go
parking
back
lot.
to that, yeah, so if we do the 1.6 million, 35% goes back to the town and that would go some.
And then we take
And then we
it, and then we back
The fire alarm.
and to get another 35%. So we need to
Do you
shore
have
that up.
that part in writing?
That's-
Is this separate account?
There is a separate account.
No,
but-
do we have it in writing?
It's
So
on
that's
our
the part we
order.
need to work out.
It's
in our order.
in our order,
The fund itself.
and it says it belongs to the school department.
Yes.
Thank you,
The
Patricia.
piece that I think is missing now is the town got the reimbursement part back in February or March. I don't know if that money has made its way into this fund. And I asked, and and then the town council asked them in an open meeting, and Brian did not give them a good answer. His answers are, I need to check. And it's like, no, you don't, because it's a, did it go in, yes or no? It's not a, yeah, so they're not being, it doesn't make me comfortable that I believe the town council 100% when they said we're gonna do this. I do not believe that the people that are actually the ones making it have that same thought process.
Or then after just choosing not to be transparent. So like that's one of the key factors in all of what we do is transparency. Right, so, and as a lawyer who's working on finances for the town of South Kingstown, you should be able to have that stuff at your fingertips. It should not be that, oh, I mean, sometimes it can't be at your fingertips, I get that. However, you should be prepared for those types of questions when those things are on the agenda.
So, well, it goes to what your question is, when do we want to start meeting, when do we want that first budget meeting to kick off, and
Yesterday.
you should expect these questions with answers, because we're gonna keep asking about that.
Right, and we need,
That's
we wanna see,
that's a good idea.
we wanna see that the money that is ours, that they have verbally said, we wanna do that. You know, we did not calculate, the debt service on any of that money. So that means we, you know, our numbers are good without that money, so we're willing to give back to school projects. And it's a great way for the new fund schools because it doesn't go to the transfer. So it's kind of a win-win. We just have to make sure that there's a procedure in place to make sure it happens. But that needs to go on the agenda for this meeting. So how do we shore this up?
Yeah. I mean, I was thinking just kind of off the top of my head, maybe it makes sense to have multiple meetings. They don't have to be long, lengthy, you know, not discussions with me. Here's where we are, like just basically this presentation, here's where we are, let me do this in September. And then have a meeting in October because October will have our enrollment numbers, right? So we'll be able to talk about here what our enrollment looks like. We're telling you it's level in this presentation, but now we're gonna have the numbers to back that up. And then I think we just keep that rolling and maybe monthly have a conversation with them, just to keep them aware of where we are. There are things that are unknown, which are going to be, you know, as we know those things, we can share that with the town council and in those meetings. And I think that will help give them that confidence that we know what we're doing, and we're not, you know, just making up numbers. Like they'll have the numbers in front of them, they'll have heard it multiple times. And they'll be more attuned to what our actual challenges are.
So we see this separate. Council.
Yes.
Also the public.
We set up a meeting. We invite them to our meeting.
I agree.
Yeah.
Well, I'm
Because
just trying to see if it's a separate or. To your point.
I mean, it's one of their meetings, we can there till 2.
Well, I think we did one year where we had like our meeting and then we adjourned us and then it continued on until whatever.
But there are two things that we'll be talking about. We'll be talking about, when we go to them, it's about the next year's budget. So there'd be definitely be two streams of conversation. And I think that's also where community members might not always know what we're talking about. They might be thinking you're talking about now, so it's in 26 or in 26.
No, we're 27.
That's why 27, right?
Into 27, that's not what we're talking about. We're talking about 27, 28. But we also, the capital projects are happening in 26, 27. So there's two, but we always have to be talking about two budgets simultaneously.
Right. Yeah,
We don't always, she does, they do, but we sometimes are talking about one budget and the other budget.
Yeah,
So,
because at this point, our budget for 27 is set, and we're just paying down on.
It is, except for the capital.
It is, except for,
Yeah.
in terms of capital, which comes down to number 4 there, so we're working on capital because okay, now that what dollars do we have and can we count on?
Yep.
As well as then it becomes muddied, or it becomes an additional conversation of future years, because if we take a look at those projects, these are not projects that in most cases can go on when schools in session. And so these are, again, these are $1 million in 2023 dollars. These are in $26, the price of these we still have to determine. And but that's the max of what RIDE has given us to put towards those and get reimbursed at that. So, we were fortunate in that we were able to get a broad roof section of that roof done during an April vacation. Also, there was a rainy April. We might be right back in the West Kingston parking lot. But to do any of these in 28, we need to go in with a concrete plan for 27. And again, that's where Mr. Ferrucci's coming from. We'll put a gavel down prior to, or you'll get updates, and we'll put a gavel down. Yes, we need to do roofs and HVACs, but that's weather dependent, it's building closure dependent, and obviously dollar dependent. So we're trying to get to those dollars. Hopefully we can get there with housing aid coming in, with taking FY 27 funds and reallocating those from a maintenance standpoint to a improvement. Okay, we no longer are just maintaining, and then any surplus that we said during the FY 27, that if we had any surplus, that depending on what enrollment is, we have another section of K. Assuming that operationally speaking, that any surplus we have can go towards capital, then what's our dollar amount? And can we get it done on time, under budget?
So when does our stop? Just was in December?
So we do CIP first, December, and then we have the first joint meeting to just. To me, it's throwaway, because we're not talking numbers yet or anything, but that's December. It really starts in well, for us, it got actually talking about this January.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, so it should really start at what, October?
September, it's like what June, I have like. But so I wanted to make sure we settle, kind of the idea, and I like what James you had said. And I also like what you had said, with our meeting, we're inviting you to it. Instead of it being their meeting and we're invited to it, and then they end up talking about everything else. So to us, this is a South Kingstown School District budget meeting that we're hosting. This is our agenda, and we want them to come to the table to be informed and to be able to share like what is possible, what's not possible. So we need our expectations set as much as theirs.
Your point. You have to approach it as series.
Correct. I like the kickoff in September, have them in October, hey, look, October 1st enrollment has hit, and we now have. But that enrollment is for current year, it's not for next year, so that's.
It kind of should, yeah, but
You know what I mean?
it kind of creates those two different narratives, yeah.
Not to do it in the auditorium, but I do like the way we had it set up, where we're all
Level.
Yeah, I,
Yeah.
we used to have it that they would come down and
That's what I really
everybody.
We're elevated.
That's the way I joked about that. When we got moved to the high school, it's like, oh, yeah, Brian, I moved you guys down below. We're gonna be on the stage, and you're in the orchestra pit.
Yeah.
Is that a work session kind of meeting, or how does what's the structure of the meeting like
Yeah,
that?
so
That's what
it
we figure out.
can be kind of what we work out with town council, but, yeah, it'd be a special meeting, wouldn't be at our business meeting or theirs, it would be a special meeting to just talk about one thing, and it would be budget preparation.
I think it would be what they would, how they do, they do work sessions, that's one of those things, that's what I should do.
Yeah.
Some, at least the beginning ones, it sounds like they would function well. Just like hashing it out.
We're not gonna be making any decisions
Right,
on
it would be
line
decisions.
items.
So it just really to get them,
Discussing, this is where we stand.
yeah. to get
What
them
is
up
it?
to the-
Not have to be pressure at the point when we actually go into real budget meetings with, well, we need this, bring this to us next time. If they start diving into areas that have nothing to do with what we're talking about.
I don't think you can get away from that, Stuart.
I mean, those who are running for the first time, this is what it looks like when you're not sure.
Yeah. But to your point though, we, school committee, and this is something that you guys should make sure you know, school committee runs by, we have different laws. And we can't add something to the agenda on the fly.
Right.
If it's not on the agenda, we cannot talk about it. And the administration team can answer questions, but it's the 7 of us, it's like, it's not on that agenda, we can't be like, oh, let's just add it, and now we can vote on it, so you can't.
And,
Public
and,
comment.
and the town council can do that.
And they do that.
Yes.
However, I think for me, having this, these budget meetings daily on early eliminates us having to say, we gotta put this on the top box, we gotta put this on the top box. We don't wanna put anything on the top box,
That's what.
but we also don't want to let that be, continue to be a pattern that has been coming up out of our offices, right? And I get it, sometimes it does come down to that, but if we are starting our process early and we're getting them to understand these are the things that are blocking us, or, you know, why we need excess money or whatever, now it's time to say.
We have a lot of passion right now, like, you know, there's a lot of energy on this thing. So I'm gonna play devil's advocate and think on their side, why do they wanna do this? Or how do we position it in a way that has the fun in that meeting?
So they do want to do it because
Yeah.
they, well, I've talked to 3 of them and, so the 3 usually vote as a block to get things done. And the, because they were very upset. I mean, kind of tears because she had never been through it. So they do want to start the process early. They want to understand from the beginning. They did not understand. They watch our meetings, come to our meetings, call us and ask us questions, but they didn't do any of that.
Right.
And so when the town manager said, well, I recommend 0 again, they let them do that. And it was like, no, we cannot start from 0. And yet they didn't understand and they started from 0. So we have to make them understand before they have come in. That you need to push back if the manager comes in with anything less than 2. Because that's where we're at.
I know I'm in the audience, but I just want to say that for the town council who makes this decision about how much money it's gonna be, it's an enormous part of the town budget. They should understand it from the top to the bottom for the first public.
So
That just makes sense. I think that's their responsibility, and I think they realize that they have.
there's some that's on a tax rate. And they are trying to minimize the increase to the tax rate. So giving us, and for 6 years, they could level fund us and they got used to it. And so when they have to give us even $1 million more, it kind of stuck with their, they don't want to do it.
Understandably so, because of the impact of the new Southeast Side High School and the kids.
Oh,
There's a
yes.
clear understanding that any impacts to our property tax transfers, like, there's a serious impact that is hitting all of us as taxpayers very soon. And so you can understand where they're coming from, but to your point, the fact that they were blindsided.
Right.
That's concerning.
Right.
I mean, I think that's fair for your body to say. I'm concerned that you don't know this budget well enough to like work with us on it. You know?
Right, I think
And
that's,
yeah, start earlier, right?
yeah, I think that's all the point of having multiple meetings too, is one of the things I learned in public speaking course. Yeah, like, say the same thing 3 times before it really sticks with someone. And I think it's true for everyone, and I think that's why we have those repetitive meetings, and if we're saying the same thing, it's gonna eventually, they'll start to understand it.
Yeah.
We'll know what their gaps are, so we have more time to get answers to their questions in case they have questions we can't answer at the moment.
And it is a balance because we're gonna have to continue to do cost cutting, you know, because they're already going to increase tax rate due to this, so, we know we have to continue cost savings and which gets more and more difficult every year.
Well, and also to me, the biggest controllable, line item is the kids leaving our district.
Yeah.
If we continue to focus on what we started off with, the equity audit, and people feel safe in our schools and want to stay in our schools, and keep them in our schools, that line item exists, that money is already part of our budget. If the number of students leaving decreases, that money stays. It's not like we stop giving that, we stop receiving that money. But it then can be used for the incredible healthcare costs. That's the problem. On the note.
I think you.
Hi, friend.
Take
care.
Homework with, maybe I'll try to talk to Rory, see what we can work out, get them to talk about calendar dates and stuff in September. But that's it, I think we know it's gonna be difficult. Talking all around, we need to start early so we don't end up with the same. You know. So looking to talk about, oh, put everything on the table, we don't want to do that.
So what Keith just said about focusing on the kids in our district to go to school somewhere else. Especially our high school kids going to CTUs. We need to make notes. Something new. We need to make an effort to have the programs that are available at the high school really built up and emphasized here to like kind of tempt kids to stay. And I know that there's a lot of transition work that's already in place for that 8 to 9 transition. And when we have the my grandchildren on vacation. When we have the night where all the CTEs are showing their, for the showcasing and, so forth. Do a lot of the 8th grade kids come?
Absolutely, a lot of district students come to take a look at it, 8th grade students come. We've also moved, over the past 2 years, we've moved come visit the high school and see what it's all about during the course of the day. We've moved that to the first semester so that we can encourage students to, oh, so yeah, that application's coming, reminding earlier. We use when CTE categorical grants come in, we have opportunities there. It does tie in, like all things education funding, that is in the Blue Ribbons panels, so that if the funding formula were to go through, there's talk of CTE being included in the state funding formula, also along with transportation. What that looks like, who knows, but again, one of the things that's unique is obviously with school funding, there's in everybody's budget, the town, there's always going to be unknown, but the sheer number of unknowns and things that we try to account for, on a school level is something that, that especially when you can count on the number of properties, or to your point, you have a tax rate. It's like, I don't know if kids are going to choose to come here. It's like, well, that house is going to be occupied. It might not be, but it will sell. It will generate rents. The uncertainty.
Funds though now.
Yeah,
I was gonna ask about that. We put that back in the budget, right?
we did, and we actually have a wonderful commercial.
Yeah.
I'm fine.
We have programs.
We have.
Oh,
So
let's
I'll have
put this on the agenda for the next meeting.
I'll have to talk to Mr. Ron.
I wanna see the commercial.
It's
Looking at our CTE program and how it's presented there in middle school. Brought this up early on in ours about how it is reported to our 8th graders, and I think I'll say it again, we need to take another look at it. I don't think it's
Programs coming in the presentation, like the high school struggle come and by in 5 middle school to get this Well, we should do that, have the firefighting people come down and do demonstration, middle school kids, get them excited about the program.
Yeah, but we gotta still take out the restriction. There's too many restrictions as to how they can get into this team program. What we need to be thinking about is how certain things that children are able to do will build their confidence.
So that's great. Michael and I did have a discussion on breaking down barriers across the district for things, and that's a good example. I had a couple others. It's something to flesh out even more, but this can lead in a lot of different ways.
I know.
But I think we're not much for. I'm gonna turn it over to James.
Oh, thank you. Alright.
You know what? We can have both.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, look. That's fine. Okay, so similar to last year, I asked you all to fill out a small questionnaire, just rating different aspects of the school committee. I think I added a section for school committee goals because we didn't have any goals last year, so that was pending. Now we've added goals into our yearly evaluation, so that's going to be at the end. See. So just gonna go through the different sections, kind of what the question was and what the breakdown of the answers was for each one. In this case, we have 5 respondents. I'm not gonna ask. I don't care who didn't do it. Stuart.
Oh.
I just kidding.
They don't want you to know.
Calling out people who raise their hands.
Okay. It's fine.
My answer isn't.
I'm
I did not do it.
That's
You know what? I can't. I won't say it.
I'm done.
We all thought you were being truthful when you said Stuart.
I can't, you see.
Tell us it was Stuart.
I know it wasn't you, Stuart.
Well, that told me something.
It was me.
That's okay. Okay, so we have questions like the committee maintains a shared vision focused on student achievement, and 1 being strongly disagree, 2 is disagree, 3 is agree, and 4 is strongly agree. So just to give those ratings, so we see where the breakdown was. And so for this first one, we had a couple in the 3 and a couple in the 4. So I think overall, we are focused on student achievement. I think we all agree on that. Committee discussions focus primarily on governance, policy, strategy, and outcomes. I think that's true. I think we have a lot of trust in our administrative team to handle the day-to-day stuff, so we don't have to get involved in that as much as we have previous iterations. Establishing and reviewing policies effectively, that's strongly agree across the board, so that's great. And then holding ourselves accountable to the public and district mission. Again, we're on the higher end of that, average 3.4. So I think that shows, we feel like we're doing a pretty good job of governing and leading across these categories. And then it also gave space in there for comments. So just took those comments and put them in here. And so, I just went through them. I believe we do a great job establishing and reviewing policies as needed very effectively. And we listen to appropriate stakeholders and adjust as needed. I do feel we do a fairly good job of ensuring we are student achievement focused, but there was always room for more growth in this realm. Yeah, I think it's a great comment. It would be great if we could increase community involvement at our meetings. I think that is something we see as we go through this that kind of becomes a bit in it. So meetings and operations. So it's generally how do we, get together, meet, how does that run, how does it work? Our meetings well organized with clear agendas and objectives. So here we flip flop the 2 and 3 previous slides. 3.6. So I think we do, so overall the feeling is we do a pretty good job of putting together agendas. We use meeting time effectively and stay focused. That was a little bit less of a, look more than agree rather than strongly agree. So maybe something we can work on, just staying focused on what's on the agenda and staying, staying true to that lane, but not terrible. I mean, overall, did a great job. Members come prepared and engaged respectfully. So this was again 3.6 average. So I think again overall we did a pretty good job of staying engaged and staying respectful of each other. Again, that comes out further in this evaluation. And staying adhering to established procedures, parliamentary rules. So again, we do a pretty good job there. No one disagreed with that sentiment, or any of these sentiments. I think seems like we're overall doing a pretty good job with meetings and operations. Again, we have comment we make our agenda items more specific. I think that comes out of recent experiences. I think it just makes sense for transparency for the public. All right, so communication transparency. Okay, so we communicate effectively with the superintendent. We did a good job there. Mostly agree and a few strongly agree. We engage the public and respond to community concerns. So this one did a little bit less on. Someone gave us a disagree. I think that's fair. I mean, we don't have a lot of community involvement coming to our meetings. But overall, I think when we have responded to comments, we've done well. Our decisions are made in an open, transparent manner. Again, we did mostly strongly agree, one agree, and we clearly communicated committee actions to the public and stakeholders, and mostly strongly agreed and a couple agree. Then I think we're scoring pretty highly on that overall. So good job there.
James, that indicates the public response to community concerns, and as we all know, there are not a lot of community members that attend our meetings, but it means that one was serving school committee slave. What I have seen is when the community is not happy with what we're doing, they're at all our meetings, speaking out at the mic. And kind of when they're happy with, we've, amongst ourselves have kind of discussed the fact that we're in a good place as a school committee as compared to when we were appointed, Carol. 2021. So we're in a whole different and much better place. And so as a result, I don't think we're seeing the community.
Well, one area I think, sorry,
No, go ahead, say what you're gonna say, because then I'm not comment on what you're saying.
So if I can speculate, I don't actually but and I wouldn't want to speak for the person who said disagree, but I think one way to potentially manage that is have more community workshops. We used to have more community workshops. I remember we have like people coming in talking about different things or on a particular topic, and we haven't really done that lately. So I think that's yes.
I think we should respond to any concern. Yeah, emails and hear from people. We can actually hear their concerns, bring it up with people's policies because parents and concerned are very often looking in on that. But engaged public is where I kind of like, I think we could do better. If we're not doing that, we can't engage.
And that was,
and I agree with you. I'd like to see, a return to a business meeting and a community workshop, work session in a month. And, at the work session, if we needed to have a short business meeting, because of time constraints, we needed something done by a certain time, we could do that. And have timely work sessions on, you know, topics that
Interesting.
that interest families, or some of our work sessions in the past have been as kind of preparation for a new policy we were crafting.
Yeah.
Or the policy subcommittee was crafting. So, you know, if we had work sessions when we were changing the grading mechanisms for the high school and so forth, but that's, I agree with you. I think we should move back to some work sessions.
Where we have started to engage public is with student definitions. Because that's when we come in and get there, and then they'll, we get ready to go up in the business meeting, but at least they're there, and we get to have them and engage that part. And I do really that.
Yeah, I like that part too, but I do, and this is, we're gonna see this when we get to the goals section. This actually was one of our goals, was to engage with the community more. I think across the board, there's it was rated a lot less than some of these sections, so we can flesh that out more when we get to it. But
No, even if we just, you know, I know that we're not goals, but even if we could just say, okay, during the academic year, we'll aim to have 5 work sessions.
yeah, just
You know what I mean?
yeah.
Not start with, let's have one every month. Let's
Yeah.
start with, and you know, throw out some ideas and themes and invite the public to contact us and let us know things they would like to see a work session.
Exactly.
So, question I'll be asked is, what's your thought or role, any of you on the school committee, around not only having the public come to you, but you maybe being out in the school community? Like, on the one hand, I realize you're the policy sort of big picture body, right? You're not about day to day. But on the other hand, like, it is a little bit of a burden for parents and other people to like come out in the evening to a public meeting, and so they're probably not gonna come unless it's lives to do, like, and maybe it's, you know, you guys would comment too, like, where that feels appropriate or not appropriate to participate in events that are happening at the school. So show up in those ways if you can. I mean, I know everybody's
So
working too.
we do what we can. I'll tell you, the public, they're in that kind of a setting. They don't really, are you there? I mean, they don't recognize you. They don't really put a name and a face together, which is fine. But I'll tell you who does appreciate it is teachers, and because when you go to a science fair or something, the teachers know who people are, and they're like, oh wow, he showed up. And it's meaningful for the faculty and stuff. So it is important, and we all do what we can to get to plays and music events and showcase nights, things like that. Yeah, it's harder to get to the elementary schools because so much what they do is not like open to the public. But I have like contacted principals and had tours of the schools and things like that. And they're very appreciative when you do want to go into their school. It's just, you know, kind of make that happen. But, you know, we try to partner with them. But then you walk behind them because you're there to support them, but you're not there to be in their business at all.
Right, so
You
yeah.
know, to that point, it makes sense if we got like some type of identified badge, so when we did go into schools, that we wear those and people would recognize us. So like if we went to the middle school science fair or something and get a lot of people walking through there, something like that.
I personally am glad to be there and not.
You don't want, oh, I thought you were like, maybe we should.
I like to sense, I think it's better to engage them in more, like, we're gonna engage with the public about substantive things. Because that's also where we get into OMA violations, potential issues, is if you're engaging with the public outside of a agenda meeting, there are rules around that, and as Kate was saying earlier, we have specific rules around what the school can and can't do.
Yeah, I've had people ask for meetings with like all of us, like, we can't do that. You know, like big three, that's, so, there's a lot.
That's all, yeah, it's very helpful.
But I have visited every school in the district at least twice since I've been on the school committee during the school day, not for necessarily for a special event, during the school day, and just go into the classrooms and see what's going on. And to be honest with you, and of course then, you know, I went in the wrong direction, and so it was several years ago when I went to Peacedale, and I just remember this little boy explaining to me, a third grader, and I'm like, holy crap. He explains this essay. Now you're supposed to have 5 paragraphs, and he tells me exactly what they are. Like, I didn't know that. And then he said, but because this is a compare and contrast, I only need 2. And I'm finished. I think I'm all set. And I'm looking at this little tiny kid, and I'm like, oh my God, my 3rd grade teacher didn't teach me that. But I do go, I call principals and make an appointment and go and visit and see what the kids are doing. And I always tell the principals, you know, this is the days I can come and let me know what day is best for you.
So, so a couple of comments here. I'd like to see better two-way communication with the superintendent of the committee, not just the chair. Do more outreach to the community. So again, something to be careful about is, forums and LMAs, but oversight and accountability. So this was a little more mixed. We monitor student outcomes and district performance. We got mostly agree, one strongly agree, one disagree. We evaluate the superintendent effectively and fairly. Again, a bit of a mixed bag, same breakdown. Committee provides effective oversight of the district's financial resources, so that was more positive. And then we regularly review progress towards established committee goals. This is where we've fell down a little bit on the goals that we established last year's workshop. I don't think we kept them in mind, so we got a little more harsh to ourselves on that one, which I think is correct. And using data to inform decisions is mostly agree. Strong. Very good. But definitely some room for improvement there. I think just following that sentiment, we do a wonderful job, like to see our growth in all areas, and we keep our goals more to the forefront. I think that's absolutely correct. Maybe similar to the norms we're going to talk about a little bit later, we can have whatever goals we've set out for ourselves laid out at every meeting, help keep them in mind. Community culture and effectiveness. So I think pretty much all agree strongly on this one that we have a climate of mutual respect and professionalism, manage disagreements constructively, we collaborate effectively while respecting different viewpoints, and we're committed to continuous improvement. So I think that one, agree there, and so strongly agree pretty well with this. I think that I think it's reflective of my experience with the community as well. It's just been very great working with all the individuals. So I think it's not nice. That's great. You just really all right, committee goal achievement. Now this one obviously a little more mixed bag. We did talk about this a little earlier, but committee successfully conducted meaningful community engagement opportunities during the year. So again, I think this goes right back to what we were just talking about, having workshops with the public invited to work through things. What that looks like, we'll have to figure out what topics would be engaging, but I think it's certainly something we want to engage with the public, like actively seeking community feedback. Again, similar breakdown. We did have a couple in the agree and strongly agree column, but also had a majority the disagree strongness. So I think there's a bit of obviously differences of opinion there and how well we did on those things. But obviously, I think it shows that. That could be, engaging with the community.
James, I find the committee actively sought community feedback and take issues, decisions, right? I find it hard to get to implement that as a committee member, right?
Yeah.
Because our agenda goes out, goes to the time when we're going to have these discussions in prior decisions, right? We might be making that decision that night. Or we could, we're discussing it now and then we need more information and then it may come back again and at that time. That's where I feel like it kind of opens up what the little bit of community feedback we may get, or that's when people come in to those meetings, as Michelle said, when they don't like something or something is in that is on the agenda that they care about, so to speak. So I always find that part of being on the school committee, the hardest part of being a school. Because we don't always, even as a school committee member, we don't really know what's gonna be on that agenda until the agenda comes forward to us. So it's not like we can have these feedback sessions.
Like, that, budget, making sure that we have one meeting and we put invitation out there. But then had a second one, we had special meetings because that way people can, they didn't see it, they didn't make time to get to the first meeting, then they came back and advocated us. So that's why you saw a lot of meetings that way. But you're right, a lot of times it takes, they're not engaged yet. And part of that's got to be on the public though, because it's like, oh, I didn't know that was happening. Well, it was on Friday night, got 4 days to look at the agenda. But when we think it's important that we, will bounce something, we should try to do that. It's a lot of.
We usually do blast out some things that are really important, that would really look feedback for. But I mean, I
And
find
the
that.
budget again, I think the one place that was really wanted people to make sure that what we were doing was budget. And it'll be probably that same thing again.
One thing,
Used to be a listserv. Do we have a district-wide listserv? I don't know if I'm the right term, I might be using that term.
We still got that.
Okay,
Yeah, there's a newsletter that goes out to the
so
lights.
the agenda was sent to all the people on the listserv.
yeah, that's actually one of the things I was thinking is potentially improving actively seeking people. Is have, if not the agenda, at least, I know all our principals send out some kind of communication to the parents in elementary, Broad Rock as well. I don't know about high school, but if there were, I don't know if all the principals are doing this or if any of them are doing it, but if they included some information, even at the top, like, hey, here's the next school committee meeting, and if there's some agenda items that they could put on there, then that could elicit some, inform people that, hey, this is happening, here's what's being discussed, here's when the meeting ends. And that might even, just give them, just be more transparent within the school district community, like this is when things are happening, this is when the school districts or school communities meeting. Cause I'll tell people who I thought were actively engaged, still ask me, like, when does the school committee meet?
This is put down like district happenings.
Yeah.
Letter. It's hard though, because Liz puts out her newsletter on every Friday. But we don't get it till Friday.
Right.
But I think they just put out the link to the next meeting. And which should only be twice a month. But that means should have to do another upgrade. So the timing is hard.
Yeah.
So
We'll have to think about ways.
post Friday at 4, there's nothing stopping us from posting earlier than that, or is that just like Michelle, I hate you now?
So I actually like to post around 2, not 4, because I don't like to leave it to the very end of the day for the girls at town hall. Right, so we try to get it in earlier, but to go to Carol's point, I'm not sure what time principals would have their newsletters ready, like when they and the buildings do that work.
Well, I mean, that might be why if we use the district listserv. When, is that adding like a lot to a job?
I myself don't do the listserv, that's actually Eric that does the listserv, but I'm sure I can work it out. So
Okay,
let's think about ways, but not right now, because I want to get through the book. Yeah,
so,
but
so
we need a way to get the agenda out.
I think that we need to attach it to the business.
Yeah, I mean, I think even just like, even if it's not the agenda, they have just the dates, here are the next 2 school committee meetings. Just rotating it through, at least they know location, time, when. And, you know, then they can seek the agenda, or like, here's when to find the agenda if you're, you know, want to get it, that way it's a kind of agenda agnostic in that sense.
Yes, so I mean, I know how to get it through Secretary of State's website, but I've been doing this for a while.
Yeah, no,
And,
I like
so it, my point is, it was much easier in the past for our community members to get our agenda than going through the Secretary of State's website or going to the Secretary of State's website and putting your name on a list there to get all notifications.
right.
Anyway,
It's also on board docs, right?
Right.
And it
Also, I was
is,
thinking
and
of like
it is available through the website, through board docs, so like, we have it in multiple places. Other than just Secretary of State, but I'm trying to figure out. What I probably could do. In the ease is, what about the events calendar? Maybe we can think about that and just put the meetings for the year out, but maybe with a little disclaimer, like, you know, watch for agenda, because I wouldn't want a meeting date on the district-wide SK event calendar saying we're having a meeting, and then for some reason the meeting doesn't happen. Do you see what I mean? So I would just make sure it's.
Yeah, so I mean, so it sounds like there's different ways we could potentially
It's
at least get
thinking, I can
people-
talk to Eric.
get in front of people, because I know the public's always invited to the meetings. But I think sometimes it makes it makes sense to remind.
yeah, that's why I'm thinking they just got like a copy of the agenda. And, you know, we're only on Tuesday and
You want to be careful what we wish for, but
Yeah. Michael,
But
the
at the same
weekly
time-
update, don't you always put in what meetings are coming up? And that goes out to the community. So there's always there. See, I read that.
We can meet with Eric and take a look at.
Yeah.
If there can automatic triggers. The other part of it is, as long as we're meeting legal obligations, there's nothing that says, okay, we don't push that reminder out on Monday. It doesn't have to be Friday, it can be Monday.
Yeah.
So we just set a calendar reminder of the district, listserv announcement, a reminder of this week's, and if there's subcommittee meeting, there's this week's meetings of school committee and or related subcommittees.
What if you moved it from the front to the top of the newsletter, because you gotta get to the end, I look there, you made it to the end. You don't have to get all the way to the end, maybe it's like.
that's what I'm thinking, like you want to serve people information as quickly and easily as possible, because they're not going to go, especially with technology is these days, people aren't recorded, they're not going to search. I mean, the only way people are going to know about our agendas is because they're interested in attending. But I think it's important for people to just know generally, here's what we're talking about. So I think there's ways we can do that. So, you know, the improvability is understanding use district data, again, the links back there, made discussions, decision, question, achievement, performance data. A little more of a big mixed bag here as well, a little bit difference in opinions. But these are the goals we set out for ourselves at the last session, the last workshop last year. So we can choose to keep them since we didn't do so great on some of them.
Work well together, because then you get four on that goal.
That's true, that's true. But yeah, so these were the goals we had set out for ourselves. And yeah, sections area for improvement, use data, but we think we improved our understanding of using data. And a better job of achieving ourselves with our goals. I think that touches on, you know, some of the themes we've seen throughout this. Overall performance, I rated pretty highly, mostly agree that we fulfilled our government's responsibilities. And a couple strongly agreed and disagreed, so that's and speaks well of how well we've worked together, how well we've done what needed to be done. What needed to be done, we just have obviously some things to work on. Yeah. Okay, so just free form entries we had on here, but I think the committee is doing well. The committee holds itself in an incredibly professional and respectful manner. We're all student and programming and outcome focused, right? Even the piece in our school community. Overall, I think the committee was responsive to community concerns. We made work changes to policies. We worked well together with respect to professionalism, being professional, respectful to each other, community, reviewing updating policies. So yeah, again, all the stuff we kind of touched on earlier. Did great at working together, did great policies. I think you know, addressing issues as they arise. So that's things we've done top. So this is the important ones. Where do we need to be? So we have to have some comments here. I believe we can do better for our students and programs focused on actually data, holding our indicators and leaders to school improvement plans, which I do recall seeing. Also believe we can be better with our budget once it's transparency from the start. I think that's something we touched on earlier in this meeting itself. That make sure there's no gaps or surprises. Keeping your table respectful, respect for differences in opinions. I think we've done pretty well with that, but you know, that was the comment. We need to move more life for the disadvantaged community and the mental health for students. I think that's something we've been putting more at the forefront as we go along in conversations. Using that video audit, I think we saw today a lot of that progress that Mr. Pedraza presented to us. I would like the community to take a more proactive role in addressing students' outcomes. A lot of our actions are in response to what issues come up, but we really take the lead on new initiatives and need more engagement and questions. So I think that's where you're kind of relying on, you know, and of course it is, I probably is Mr. Pedraza's role to implement the equity audit, but I think there's room for guidance. And these are comments on where we need to improve.
I would if we go back to what our previous goals were, I just wanted to know if we wanted to keep them or update them. I just find that.
Oh, no, not quite. All right, so I did ask for suggestions on goals for the coming years. We could choose to keep these, or we could choose to choose different ones. So committee successfully conducted meaningful community engagement opportunities during the year. Committee actively sought the feedback on significant issues and decisions. I struggle with finding authentic actionable over doing either of these outside of survey works, which is not what these for me for referring to. So we can just take these one at a time, and I think this speaks back to that community engagement goal we set out for ourselves. And so I would agree we want to keep that goal in place.
So the goal would be to improve meaningful community engagement.
Yes.
Do we need to? No, never mind. No, I was going to ask if we needed to. The educator in me was here. To if we needed to put like a by
get smart goal.
Yeah, that's what I'm looking at, but I don't think we need to.
Smart goals. Specific, measurable, attainable, realistic,
Yeah, attainable, realistic,
time bound. Relevant. That's relevant.
relevant,
And time bound. So you're asking about the time bound, though.
yeah, well, yeah.
Smart thing.
No.
No smart. Smarties.
What is the eighth? Oh.
So, okay,
So the budget, I know I'm skipping.
okay. Yeah, the second one was there. I'm not sure.
This is. The third thing here, get ahead of next year's budget discussion. We've already talked about doing that, and I think we should. Make it a goal, and then next year at this time, we can talk about, well, we did this and we did this and we did this, but maybe we should have, it'll give us that opportunity to discuss what went well with the,
Fine tuning.
with the early discussion with the town council and what did not go well.
So I agree, I think that should be a goal. It's like, maybe something like, I'm awesome.
So I agree with that.
Oh, communicate.
I don't know if it's hard because that's and I'm gonna guess us, but we remove barriers for our students to access all available opportunities. I would like them to do.
The fourth one down.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I was gonna comment on that one too. Outside of, so removing the barriers for students and at. This why I am in there. There is sometimes some underlying barriers that prevent multiple educators from being able to take part in some of the national health that. I know that they should good at finding things that can be accessible online. However, I think for some it would be a preference to be in person and at a time that is accessible to them. I see. In person.
No, I actually, that's a good point, because our professionals are also, so barriers for all,
So for budget, what do I say around that, like communicate budget? Like, maybe it'll be like meet, right, to start, meet with a town council. At least 5 times.
I think we need to put town council early. That's the big thing.
Prior
To begin the budget discussion.
yeah, I mean, it's preparing for before we actually get the budget season, so it's gonna be around the, that we have early preparation.
Like when actual data comes there, right, like, so, I mean. The data comes out in October, and Rome is
not very
that, so.
specific.
I know. That's
Is it like voting early enough?
Yeah.
Yeah, well, early and often.
Yes. All right, so I just know that, I mean, just bring it to.
Just vote early.
We can work on it. It's, but that's the gist.
Yeah,
So,
yeah,
you know,
it's-
and have more conversations.
Get on, start the budget discussion.
Between September and December. That's when
Yeah.
we start December. We're saying.
December.
We, well, those grabs, freeze grabs. Those grabs.
Great.
Yeah, so the kind of same sentiment. Yeah, because I think the current meeting cadence doesn't, I mean, obviously we saw last year was a disaster. So we have to, definitely have to meet earlier. Okay, so we got those three,
And I suggest that potentially you're gonna review and update past, but review, refine, update budget, FY 24 budget process to include or conversation. So start with something, so we can do a review of what has been in place, do that review, and then put in update the FY 28 budget process to begin earlier. Create a FY 28 budget process that begins prior to historical schedules set by the town council. So that we create so that ultimately you create our budget process. We don't have it dictated to us by the town's budget process.
it's not just a meeting then.
Right, and then once
What
we
are
go
the
there,
charters?
there's a certain amount, there's a certain FY, budget process cadence that is under our locus of control. That we could draft and implement an FY 28 budget process with earlier and improved communication.
But I like that idea, that. And maybe I'm not reading what you're saying correctly, but, if we meet as a school committee. A work session to review the budget process, like, for the last 3 years, these are the times and dates we met and what, like, not any big. But, in December, the second week of December, we met and discussed this capital improvement. The first week of January, we met and discussed this, and then us look at that and decide how we wanna move forward, and then we. And then the town,
James. Instead of discuss it, I'd probably put.
yeah,
James.
James
I suggest
suggested
the budget. And ask for deep.
meet with the town council to complete or to craft.
Carol, meeting, discussing. With one things.
Create a budget process for the 28 that includes earlier meetings with the town. That includes the earlier meetings with the town council.
I think they're all on the same page. I think that.
We just tried that.
Right.
Do we want more than 3 goals? It's 3.
I mean, let's go back to let's go back to our goals, No, okay. All right, so we got improved meeting engagement, so that's kind of brought forward.
I think community engagement, community feedback,
That same.
would kind of go together.
I would agree, I would think the same thing, kind of like speaking to.
I think it's wonderful that I find that the data that we. Yeah. That we. Improve our understanding and use of data to drive our decision making.
Okay,
And I think that needs to come by way of workshop. Over time, when we start to implement. Having a workshop for one of our meetings. Every other month or so, that could be something that we could, that a board could do.
I see the administrators doing a lot of that, looking at data and doing and I think we need more of that up. You guys have released the divide dashboard and the survey work, and I think you need to be aware of all of that data that our decisions are also made. But again, I see you guys do a great job doing that. We just want to make sure that we're and understanding of data is a huge. I'm really glad that you had a lot of data in about that big audit. Seeing those arrows that go up, down. It is, yeah, that was fine.
Yeah, and me understanding it, Carol, is how we see their actual measurement process. Right, because for me sitting here, I can look at him, explain, or anybody explain the data all day long.
No, it's about it driving the information. And the second piece is that it is like, okay, how are these being effective? And I think that's where it's like, we're grant payments to the state of collection process, so we don't have the years to develop the state. But that's the end game, right? To see decisions, 6 cents, right? So we need to make sure that we those processes. They having us understand.
so how will we measure that? How is it- That's,
I think that, when it goes back to the numbers of presentations we have, are we talking about student outcomes often enough? Are we using it in evaluating our strategic plan? We look at the plan, what's the data strength? We look at outcomes. It has to be movement through all outcomes. And we haven't been doing a good job of that.
Use data to support your, I hate the expression to drive decisions because it's, but to support decisions.
I know it's Smith, I disagree with this being an analysis or I make decisions, I gather up all the data and I make a decision based on the data. If it's just data informed decision.
Use of data to support decisions. So you have all the data in front of you.
Yeah, but yours sports with making decisions. They support.
Oh, all right, that's not how I meant it.
yeah, I see what you're saying now, I understood it the way Michelle understood it,
Yeah.
but now I see what you're
I
saying.
think it's make the decision,
Right.
make the decisions based on.
Right. You have
Yeah,
to
that's
read
what
it first.
That's
what my,
Yeah, 'cause
where
I-
my brain is going.
I really like the way you say, data, use the data to support your decision.
So in making
No, no,
Yeah, okay.
you're making decisions. Okay, that's what I meant.
Yep.
That's what you thought I meant.
That is what I thought you meant. So we were on the same page, I'm glad
Yes.
that was came.
Can you tell I have a headache? I'm like,
But, so
being like stupid.
I know we're not like, professional organization, bunch of volunteers here, but do we want to put like a measurable indicator on anything? So there are 5 workshops where we improving community engagement, just as a goal. It's measurable, we know whether we need 5 or not percent. But some of the others, I think it's a little harder to put a number on. Even town council, maybe it's like 3 meetings or 4 meetings that have the normal budget cycle. Right, so
Well, let's put 3 because
this one.
the town council, yeah. Either September, October, November, nobody in this community is Well, it's time for another extra meeting. And I'm gonna try to have a normal December this year, I just want everybody to know, I'm not gonna
You're
be.
manifesting.
I'm not gonna be.
All
I
right, so
think
do that.
it's very good idea, like. Convey. At least two barriers that we were not building. Or three, I'm not sure how many, but I know that there are a lot of barriers. And I think we do need to.
That's a good idea.
Put a number.
All right, okay. And reviews data.
I would. I think give. Access patient using data. And I'm gonna use data broadly, to be looking at, this is Khan Academy, how much students are you getting? Maybe it's a demonstration on Khan Academy, but you bring in the data. To support, to
Yes.
see that you would have, how many students are using it, scores found out after this, using it, have all that data.
Yeah, so we had that presentation last week, I think, the data was. Okay, yeah,
That's what I'm thinking, that is good. The, see if it's working, and the decision if reading or not is based on if it's a reading outcomes.
that's great, I think we got. Four solid goals, I think we're all in agreement on these goals.
Right. And yes, and on the last one, we used to make decisions, say, and we'll request an agenda. Because also there's a data point that's out there. We're then setting an agenda based off of the use of data, making data decisions where the data is getting to us, getting you to want to dive deeper into an explanation of something. So we just be again supporting the decisions that ultimately this body makes is. In fact, under your control. Hey, the data's coming out about, or you took a look at when the report cards come out, things like. We would like to dive more deeply into what would just be a way that would be tangible.
I was gonna take a picture of that.
Just might be something that in making the improve use of data and making the decisions, but also what to bring to the table that needs to be looked at can be justified by the data that is in front of them, that is brought to attention. But
As you do.
next.
Yeah, I really having. Put this two together.
Okay, so some additional comments before we close out, more transparency around agenda setting, actions with the full committee, more action changes for leadership, budget, finance, and town manager. Starting December, so we talked about that, it's a goal, I think, pretty much ties directly into our budget goal. More feedback to our superintendents, in support of discussion with town council, continue to streamline environment in meetings, much like what we do for students, providing recognition on a monthly basis to district staff. I like that idea, letting teachers, TAs, clerical administrators find more ways for specific financial support with the district. Of course, let's bring it on. All right, and then
We used to be. Teacher.
The key award,
yeah,
the
Yeah.
key award, and we had a monthly award for the sport personnel. And then we added towards the end of that, a monthly student award, but I think I like the way Mr. Pedraza does the overall big recognitions. I'd like to go back to,
People are peer driven, right? Like your fellow teachers.
yes,
submit
it
nominations.
wasn't our choice, yes.
Yeah. So,
Would that be overly cumbersome, you guys, to like
get implemented. As we do student monthly recognition, that we also do all the others that were listed up there.
I think that's the. To be having.
Like,
5 schools that will go to all these recognitions.
Well, mine was
And
one.
one times we may have 10 students in one school, you know, and so what that does is it's a long run, it's a long process. My opinion, I don't know about anybody else, but I think it's a long process. However, I think it's great, but I would like to see us kind of split that rather than having them all at one time.
It's one month and we weren't doing the student recognitions the same, but I think it was more just said at a meeting that we want to congratulate this person as the teacher of the month. And this person as the paraprofessional. And I think they were invited to come to the meetings. I would.
Yeah, and the nomination that led to that decision was read, but the teacher was notified, like the teacher and administrator went and presented that, like
the key is me.
the key is me, I know it was a key something or other. And that recognition to the teacher, like the week before. And then we announced it publicly at the meeting.
So I wrote that. I'm looking. So I had state. But I get what you're saying, not doing it at the same time. We're doing it with the students because of extra. I would like to see people actually be there as well for that recognition. Because then it is public, it's not just a name, but it's fostering, appreciation for that are here. And giving them a sense of, the same that we're giving to the students, a sense of gratitude. We see you, we hear you, we want you to know that, you've done this thing outstandingly and you've been recognized. Because once negotiations are done on contracts, right? That's the way we show them the appreciation. And I think it helps to.
We did one teacher month. And then we added in our professionals. I think we did a teacher and a paraprofessional in a month, and it was just one.
Yeah, we can eliminate, because I know that we have tons of students, because we have them across all 5 of our schools.
Right.
Yeah.
But I think, we have like 2 teachers or professionals, I mean, make much of a difference time wise to add up to that amount. All right.
I know, no, I'm gonna let James.
All right.
Closer.
The closer, yes,
I'll take over.
but, thank you all, and thank Jen, Jack for coming, but you guys are doing that.
4%.
And I think.
I'm leaving first thing in the morning. Gotta go.
All right. so
Yeah,
I think
what's
that's-
that fire at?
questions, so
I
then-
will, thank you for that, I appreciate it. Thank you.
Bye, Carol.
You didn't have your slogan mark.
I don't have anything, I don't have the agenda in front of me.
You're all into the Western powder bottle.
It's like all of.
And technically, these are discussion, so there's discussion on all, these are posted as discussion, like, So if you were to craft anything, on it to about it, could you visit things by bringing you full academy? Oh, just, oh, we did put it, oh, wonderful.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't think we need to vote on goals. Right.
No, I think we've kind of
Agreed.
agreed on the goals. And, we did a good job. We should be moving, that was. When that came out, I was,
So there's,
I can show you the pictures, because there was very little tears. Celebration,
okay. Yeah,
so, the tears were, it was a good thing for families to be together, not crying.
that's fair.
So,
All right, so that'll move us to item F, discussion action, update of school committee norms. So,
can I propose that? And back in my history. Well, yeah, and Paul knows this, but I think you and Stuart and Carol may or may not, which is. I'm pretty sure. So the school committee norms were sort of kind of discussed as summer retreat, sorry, workshop. But like, no, like we didn't really discuss them in any depth, and we went to a school committee meeting and they appeared. Am I catching that? And like, to me, I mean, I'm not saying I disagree with any of them, but not one of them, other than, I think respect and come to the meetings prepared. Not one of them looked familiar to me. I am just, we walked in, there's this little tent thing there, and yes, so literally, they just appeared on the desk in front of us.
okay.
So I don't think they were really crafted by any.
Yeah, I was taken off of the website. If
I have no idea where they came from.
So I do recall.
But anyway.
So were, I didn't say his name.
So there was very little discussion on the norms. I think what happened is he just plucked out some things out of that discussion we had on that day and went to put it on the street before the norms.
Okay.
I will say to you though, the whole thing, for me, in that time, I kept saying, human first and testimony. Right, because everything has a process. It's not just the get day has process, right? You get up in the morning and you get to get moving. Today started, it's a process. So definitely trust the process, but this is how this, we had a very big conversation. And I think some of the things he heard just took it to another.
Okay. All right. So I guess, I guess it's open to discussion. Do we want to change any of these? Do we want to propose a new set of norms? Do we want to, since we are missing 2 members of our committee, do we want to have this discussion with them involved? Or I think any vote certainly should have them involved. In full. Yes, that's.
I'd like to involve us.
We can start working on.
We can work on it.
Yeah.
Transmit our thoughts you know, parents meeting. We talk about it.
I was thinking the best time to do that too. After the election and after when we begin to.
We have to-
After the election becomes reorganizing and you know,
Yeah, exactly.
those folks are, right? So we could hire this list. Have a real general conversation at what do you want to be? I'm not. There's only probably one or two things on it that I would want to add, but I would also want to change the language.
Yeah.
For those. So. Just,
Yes.
yeah.
I was just gonna say for my part, I think confront the crucial is the one. I like that one. It's just a reminder that you should don't shy away from the tough decisions.
Oh, yes. I mean, well, I,
But
one is, and I've already straight to this one is, these might be trusted in the process, that's business. I don't know about the big picture, but the picture doesn't come until you trust it, but
right.
students first.
Sorry, I think students versus. One thing I was thinking too, so we have to review our bylaws after the election, as well, like speakers. I'm worried if like this could be rolled into. Oh, we did, that's
We
what
did.
you said.
Well, we can do it at the summer workshop. So generally it's in advance of, because the last time we did it with when we read election season, and the year that an election is held. By the time people got seated, it was closer to, it was the following year, but then there's also the bylaws, we have the opportunity to review at the annual summer meeting, which is right.
Right.
So essentially that the bylaw cadence, unfortunately, right now, we've been doing the revision leading up to this year. And this meeting, so the next time to revise will be next summer meeting.
Okay, so never mind, so so let's not worry about bylaws then. They used to be.
Unless we changed it the last time we did it,
Okay.
because we read it, it was in the year the election will be held. And
So so it keeps on the agenda, I only brought that up to wonder if we wanted to roll these into the bylaws. in the next Revision. But since that revision is not happening this year, then maybe, you know, that.
You wanna keep it together, okay, then you guys. We have ethics.
And it's code of ethics from the state.
Terry, do we have a code of ethics?
Don't we have a policy?
We think so. For the school committee,
Yes.
so I think, yeah. So. I'm looking at number 5 here. And you, that's breaking. I don't know the wording. Address issues. Not like. Criticize issues, not persons, kind of thing, although I don't think that's a good. But my English.
That being respect. To each other,
Yes,
but and go back to what you were saying that. Okay. The topics.
and the confidentiality. What that.
Yeah,
That is.
I mean, given the environment that was in place when I came in, I was like, oh, this kind of makes sense. Given what I've been seeing on the audience,
Did you first?
4 years ago, 2022.
I thought you were here. I knew you were one, but I thought you.
I actually went to the summer workshop the year I was on. It seems the initial scheme I guess.
Yeah. I didn't, I had a wedding instead before I was there too. they had the single workshop the day before I went to Australia.
So James.
No.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
No, because Carol and Mike were going in summer 2025, and then Mike ran for town council.
Yeah.
I-
Okay.
I ran, anyway, that's outside of this.
Come to meetings prepared.
Yeah,
It's a good one.
I interviewed him.
I don't think we need anything to confidentiality.
Yes, that should be like, that comes with the territory.
Common sense.
Yeah, that's just
That's.
the
like-
ethical piece of it is like, you
Yeah.
know,
But you know what? Like you said. At the time that these were presented, we had some people that were discussing stuff from executive session in the meeting.
yeah. Yeah, that's,
Dan, I'm gonna tell you,
And
like,
Boston.
every meeting, I should be able to give you to a way that you can go home and say, thank you, God, that they did not try to hire me then. Every meeting, I should be able to,
alright, so, maybe just, I can do this one by one, and we just kind of see where we all land on each one. If we want to add which ones later, just to keep it organized. So be mindful of the purpose, students first, I think we.
just need students first.
I think student, exactly. Just take out the first part of that. There it is. Come to meetings prepared, I think we keep that one. I think instead of data as our friend, we need to make data informed decisions.
Yes.
Well, I think we should keep that as, yeah. Yeah, strike adhere to confidentiality, because that's just part of being honest.
Yeah.
If you're not being confidential, then you're not. It's not very shouldn't. So addressing issues.
Leave me alone if I can, but
I think we can take out addressing issues and avoiding it. That's. Subtle discourse in a safe environment, I think is probably not needed.
Can we do this after, just to make it correctly, after the election?
we would make that was shared. So I think we're gonna be actually coming out with a whole new set of points.
Yeah.
That's
Well,
well,
be able to sort and try and find some norms of.
Yeah.
Being around the country and in Rhode Island, if this, you know, the. National Committee of Councils, school committees, do they have recommendations and put some resources together and go through an exercise with everybody where we go through and say, okay, here's a list of potential 28 million, pick your absolute top 3 and your bottom absolute no's.
Yeah.
And potentially work through a protocol there,
So
as well as going back to this.
They
and going
informed
forward.
decision. Yeah. That informed decision.
So-
So
So.
yeah, so what I was thinking with this, what I was thinking with this process is at least get initial thoughts of like, yeah, and if we pare it down to just the 2 or 3, do we even meet the norms? That's another part of the discussion, is that even something we need to have. But I think going through this, we say, yay or nay once we have, or approve once we have. I don't think we vote on it until we get Carol and Pete back at the table.
Right.
And then I think in
like
addition, yeah, and then we that, so we have a full 7 person committee.
We will have one person.
We go.
we will have one new person, and then we will be
Fine tuning.
beginning of another
Hopefully,
2 years of
Sorry.
raise.
start. Yeah.
So we can do that, but we can at least start like get an initial draft and then maybe take some input from what Mr. Garza does and finds from the surrounding communities, then. You know, then we just park this until after the election. Does that sound like a good plan? Great. All right, trust the process. Keep that on hold. Maybe stretch to see the picture.
Yes.
Respect. I mean, it just comes part of the territory. It kind of seems like it was a repeat of. I understand, and so I think we straighten out.
I was the stupid brain. That's how I was treated for every reason.
That's
Rouse child.
Yes, I was treated as the stupid brain and only very 15 to 20 messages after every meeting, but you still put up with this. Yes,
All right, so I think we keep confront the crucial for now,
okay.
then set appropriate examples from the district.
Yeah, that wasn't happening either.
But I think we can strike that one. Because it's. I don't know, do you want to?
No, I agree with you. We don't have people here who are saying that.
This is 5, but then I think we can come back after the elections. You know, do we want, are these 5 we want to go with, do we want more, and actually then, at this point, are there any additional ones?
So we take it just next vote.
And
So-
yes,
Are we taking?
yes, we are. We can tell them not to.
Yeah, we're not
put it
putting
on.
them on the table.
But, I just have. a question to see, Mr. Johnson. When we say we're looking at school committee norms, my brain goes to the way you behave in a public meeting. Isn't that what norms are? If we've got a code of ethics and
I mean, I think as we have them framed here, they're meeting norms in that, whether it be a way that the meeting itself will run, and what will, you know, what would give deference to, or, you know, expectations that, generally speaking, that if we adhere to these norms, the public, students are well served and the meeting runs smooth. And people adhere it, you know, in some cases, it would be, hey, if things go away, hey, that went really long, I think, you know, did we adhere to the norms, or as part of that, you know, that you actually could add that in, potentially as a goal, you know, feeling end of year survey of, you know, adheres to the norms, or norms are useful to the cadence ultimately of the meetings. Generally, I've seen
that's what I was thinking. I think some of these, like confidentiality, not going to create confidentiality in public meeting. I know we struck that one, but I think when we're crafting the final version, we need to think more. Because when these were presented, we had some really awful stuff going on. You know, I'm gonna recuse myself from this meeting, and the person would sit in the front row and text the chair.
Yeah.
I'm not making this up. I know where Brady's going to see. She's making this up. And, you know, meetings that occurred before the meetings and excluded some of us. Yeah.
Yeah.
So, you know.
I know, I was paying attention to that. I'm
Yes.
glad we're far away from that.
That's my point.
But also when it comes to these points, you know, what do we actually do then besides having them in a critical way, pointing at us? Nobody comes, but 2, we're gonna try to implement that engagement, right? How do we, like, are we gonna take in these norms as part of an opening into our meeting? Like, because I feel like if we're gonna have these and it's designed around expectations, then the folks that are out there need to know what's, you know, that we are holding ourselves accountable to what we are to ourselves and to the general public, and we're not doing it. And unless that's something we want to implement, I don't see the purpose of this is real.
Yeah.
I mean, that's just right, because do we want to hold ourselves to these normal expectations and share that with our large community? And, you know, I mean,
Kind of like we had norms, so what, now what?
Right.
right,
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Now it's- well, so-
Also use that potentially as a strategy. When you craft them depending on, with goals. So, depending on the goals, to then craft the norms. Where, say in norms, one of the norms is reference data when making a decision, or we'll ask for data when presented. And we can do different things, or be about engagement. Okay, voice, okay, one of the norms is ensuring everybody who attends a meeting has ample opportunity to express themselves. Okay, and we do, and I think in terms of existing norms where we tend to go down the line, right or wrong, or we'll get everybody, there's good, okay, does anybody else have anything to say? However, if you were to then go to public engagement, do our norms, you can then shape operations or shape the meeting cadence. That depending on if you want to, okay, before do you add into your meeting, before we take a vote, any members of the public who would like us to consider anything before we take a vote. Then that's adhering to your norms of ensuring all voices are heard. And it would be operationalizing a strategy to get to one of the goals of trying to boost community engagement, because maybe people don't show up because they can speak to things, we can't answer them based off of advice of counsel. However, we do have in the bylaws that you can put in community comment, and so maybe you say, oh, discussion items. And so you can use it as a tool to try and get to your goals. And that would be another use of the norms. And then,
Because it
we used to,
we keep, that's something that keeps coming up, this whole thing about getting the community involved, community involvement, community engagement, reaching out to the community, doing this with the community. And we get to our school meetings, and you're right, we give them 5 minutes to speak. We don't engage with them. Over and done. That's not a whole lot.
well, we used to do it that way. Where, we're on the business, agenda and business agenda item, renewal contract with Chartwell's. Open up to community comment. No, we would have a motion and a second and school committee table discussion. Then we would say, does anybody in the community want to comment on this item? We might have more table comment after that, and then we would vote.
you mean at the end.
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, that sounds like a much more engaged and I think more informed way of having that, because then.
But we really need to get this out to the community. And I don't know, it's like, it sounds like we do nothing to. Wait till after except for us. We wait till after the election but before the election, we notes out to the community a couple of times. You know, effective with our November such and such meeting or December such and such meeting. We're trying a new way of doing community comments, and we're gonna allow the community to comment for each agenda item. Do you know Marion Rule? Roll, ROL. She's on the Lincoln School Committee. She's been on the school committee longer than me. Just accept. Goodness, thank you for coming.
Thanks for being.
Anyway, she explained to me that's how they do that. I think, and I can ask her to email me an agenda. I think they have community comment, like at the beginning of their meeting, like we do, on general stuff. And like people might say, you know, I wonder if the school committee would consider discussing, you know, something for a future meeting. Then they move through their, you know, superintendent's put on their consent agenda, and then they come to the business agenda, and each business item, they allow the community to comment.
Yeah, since I double check that.
I'll email her.
Is that a bylaw thing? or-
I believe it's in our.
No, it's just a way to the
That's
agenda.
the chair may, well, I believe it's in our bylaws, that chair may, the school committee chair may invite public comment, may decide to at the end or regarding any matter of business before the committee.
Okay.
And so there is a may comment of that, and so maybe as we lead up to that, we could also do a review that says, you know, what you do wanna make sure we don't do. This is what we wanna do, and maybe not to, is make sure that there are, oh, well, here's the consideration, and I'm gonna start talking about people's job performance in so are there certain things in an effort to, you know, and we do it as a strategic lever on certain items, on all those items that have the potential to affect student achievement. We'll open it up to community comment before, or consistent with the district's core value of voice. We will be including community comment on any item before the committee, before a vote is taken, to hear the community's opinions that may have not been discussed at that action. Because to your point, you want to engage the committee. Okay, hey, committee or community, come on in and sit and listen to our meeting. Now, oh, come in and give us feedback before we vote is something that
I think more people do to show up and engage in that by.
if we're having about certain, start with certain items so that then we establish those norms across the community.
They saw that engaging us actually had results. Right, we had that policy change because of it.
Yep.
We had things as a result of budget items change as a result of community involvement. So there are very specific things that occurred as a result of community coming out and speaking.
But you also realize that, no, community came out because they were questioning. Like, when
Well,
you
some of the
think
things
somebody
they
made this comment in here earlier, at the beginning of this, workshop, that it always going well. They just say it's development. And if they think something is wrong, they come out and does.
Yeah.
And I like it both ways, to be honest with you. I think when they're not showing up, but hey, we're doing everything, it's okay. You know, and then when they come, I'm like, okay, something is missed. You gotta work on it, right? So it's an indicator both ways.
Yeah.
And it's an indicator both ways in the community that I have seen made from. And back in 2020, when I sat first at the table, there was a lot going on, you know, and so there was a lot of engagement. And it wasn't all positive.
Right. Well, it's in the survey work.
When they come to their sign.
It was not all
Yeah.
positive.
Right. I mean,
Okay.
I was just gonna say, survey work showed that community didn't feel like we were engaging with them. That wasn't. Not like. We don't have that.
Not from survey, no, we have,
That's
I mean,
just
we
not
can
wrong.
go into families generally to regarding school, I don't believe there's any. It's not in school committee, so I haven't dealt with.
I don't know. I haven't heard a thing about. the
I'm just thinking
that
of
lack
what
of
you were saying,
engagement.
you see that if people aren't showing up, that's an indicator that you're okay. I'm
Yeah.
not so sure that you can make that direct correlation.
That's not-
But.
However, only way that's.
Show me the date on that one, Paula.
But the reason why I can do that is because I've been sitting here long enough to see
Oh, I see
where,
what you're
when
saying.
we haven't been doing well,
Then you
they're
know
running
that.
on the floor,
Right.
you know, and they're coming with signs and they're coming with derogatory comments and all of that, right? And so when we're not, when you don't see or hear from them, all is well. See that, I'm telling you, because you don't know when it's not.
I get what you're
Alright,
saying.
so we'll consider that engagement with community as a potential norm, like, as far as like opening up comment, business items, so I think that's something. Again, we should discuss this. You know, all of us together, and I think that makes sense for me, so we have 7 to that, which we really didn't have those.
That makes sense.
Okay, so I think that is our discussion, so I'll ask for a motion to adjourn.
Motion to adjourn this fine workshop.
Second.
Motion in a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Motion is adjourned at 3:05, 3:06.
Thank you.
Thanks. Thank you, everyone.
Good job, everybody.
Thank you. Thank you. Oh, it's great.
Okay.
Workshop.
Thank you for inviting me.
Yeah, thanks for having me.
Okay, thanks for that.
Oh, very good.
Give it an hour.
Sounds good.
No,
too.
so I was not. You got free zone.
Oh, yeah, of course.
Yeah.
Thank you for inviting me.
Yeah, sorry, Edison.
This is what Stone has a preamble.
Yeah. No, I appreciate it.
Yeah. Have a great rest of
Take
your
care.
day.
Yeah, nice to meet you.
Take care.
You gotta write a memoir.
Think I gotta write it down.
I think this has to be.
That
passed on.
surprised me.
But that's
Yeah.
informed,
That's,
yeah,
yeah, when you get.
It's been my whole life. I know I bring it on.
I didn't know I didn't even know I was gonna do that until like.
So I retire.
Yeah, I used to see that too. When I can afford stories, they're up, I'm ready to good algebra.
Oh, no, this was teaching, and it's just.
Here it is again.
Oh, yeah, yeah, so I had a lot.
It's actually. Bigger my
That's how we do
Good job today.
Thank you very much.
Yep. When's my next meeting? Don't come. I got 2 meetings tomorrow.
No, I don't know.
We're on at what, 11:30?
11:30, cause you want at 10:30, you want
Right.
11:30?
Yeah, I have a meeting morning.
Yeah, the meeting before that.
Yeah, 2.
We're meeting at the Johnny.
That's the John McKay so much.
Oh, this are.
And where tomorrow? Fine.
Yes, it's.
We're
You
here.
guys go to Johnny.
75 tomorrow, yeah. Scary.
I don't have to try.
You didn't get your license? Okay.
That's and that's a 5.
Yeah. 7. Bring coffee.
It is not.
Do you want me to just leave the shit here for you? It's.
You know,
Yeah.
I
Let's hope it's-
Spoiled child, second
Just
child.
I am the second child too.
Oh, me
So am I. No, I'm not. I'm the third child.
I know it's not smart, because Carol, like I said, takes me to be there.
I'm not sick.
Thank you.
I'm
You
the-
like this,
No, I'm good.
Me? No, I'm.
I'm.
It's sort of like, no, no.
So that's why I said second child, but I'm not really.
Thank you all.
I'm
See you again soon. I've said.
This call goes back to that.
Well, I'm gonna. Into my car and.
Go to city. We won't have to buy much. Much to Antonio's chagrin tomorrow.
And Wednesday.
Yeah, I know, that's what I'm saying, much to, but we don't show up. Record scratch.
Okay.
That's a problem.
Yes.
You leave them in the mission?
Just before we. I have to have.
Are we still actually right?
Yeah, administrative for the help from this week, so we might have to be back by a contract, well. This is where we're negotiation.